Ceremony begins, we request everyone to remain seated and refrain from moving in and out of the auditorium unless absolutely necessary. This will maintain the decorum of the occasion. We also Namaskar and a very pleasant good morning to one and all. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome all the distinguished guests, eminent academicians, researchers, industry experts, delegates, scholars, faculty members, students, and participants joining us from India and across the globe. Artificial intelligence is no longer shaping only the future. It is transforming our present. Today, we gather to exchange ideas, foster collaborations, and explore innovations that will define tomorrow's intelligent world. On behalf of the School of Computer Science and Engineering, VIT AP University, myself, Dr. Monali Bordoloi, extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the inaugural ceremony of the first international conference on advances, architectures, algorithms, and applications for artificial intelligence, IC4AI 2026. Now, with great honor, may I request our distinguished dignitaries to kindly come forward to the dais. I request our conveners and General Chair to kindly escort and welcome the dignitaries to the dais. It is my proud privilege to invite our chief guest, Dr. Rajkumar ER, Enterprise Tech Architect, Vice President and Senior Manager, Industry X, Accenture, Bengaluru. Big round of applause for our chief guest. I have the privilege of inviting our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Vidyadhar Subudhi, Director, National Institute of Technology, Warangal, who is graciously joining us virtually today. It is my privilege to invite our next guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Sharma, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Advisor Innovations LLP Limited, Hyderabad. I respectfully invite Professor P. Arulmoji Varman, Honorable Vice Chancellor, VIT-AP University. A big round of applause to all our dignitaries. As a gesture of our warm welcome and profound respect, we shall now proceed with the presentation of floral bouquets to our esteemed dignitaries. May I respectfully request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P. Arulmoji Varman, sir, to present a floral bouquet to our chief guest, Dr. Rajkumar ER. May I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to present floral bouquet to our guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Sharma. May I request our Dean, School of Computer Science and Engineering and Convener, Professor S. Sudhakar Ilango, to present a floral bouquet to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P. Arulmoji Varman. May I request our Associate Dean and Convener, Professor Saroj Kumar Panigrahi, to present a floral bouquet to our General Chair, Dr. Sachinandan Mohanty. May I request Dr. Hemant Kumar Reddy to kindly present floral bouquet to our Dean, Professor S. Sudhakar Ilango. Finally, may I request Dr. Prabha Silvaraj Reddy to kindly present floral bouquet to our Associate Dean and Convener, Professor Saroj Kumar Panigrahi. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our distinguished dignitaries with a warm round of applause. Every auspicious beginning is marked by a moment of reflection and gratitude. As we embark on this journey of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration through IC4AI 2026, let us seek the blessings of the Almighty for the success of this conference and for the well-being of those gathered here. We are delighted to invite Ms. Rajeshwari, a talented student from our university, to present the invocation prayer.
ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಸರ್ವಾಲಂಕೃತನೇ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಸರ್ವಾಲಂಕೃತನೇ ಗಜಾನನ ಆದಿಪೂಜಿತ ನೀನು ವೇದ ವಂದಿತ ನೀನು ಆದಿಪೂಜಿತ ನೀನು ವೇದ ವಂದಿತ ನೀನು ಮೋದಕ ಪ್ರಿಯ ನೀನು ಗಣಾಧಿಪ ಮೋದಕ ಪ್ರಿಯ ನೀನು ಗಣಾಧಿಪ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು.
Thank you, Ms. Rajeshri, for that beautiful and soulful invocation prayer song. Your melodious rendition has filled the atmosphere with serenity and devotion, setting the perfect tone for today's inaugural ceremony. Now we shall proceed with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, a revered tradition that symbolizes the dispelling of darkness through the light of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. As beautifully expressed in the ancient Sanskrit verse, Deepo Jyoti Param Brahma Deepo Jyoti Janardanaha Deepo Haratu Me Papam Deepo Jyoti Namostute, which means the sacred lamp is the embodiment of the supreme light. May its divine radiance remove all ignorance and illuminate our minds with wisdom and knowledge. Ceremonial lighting of the lamp is one of the most cherished traditions in India. It symbolizes the dispelling of darkness, the pursuit of knowledge, and the awakening of wisdom. As the flame illuminates its surrounding, may it also inspire new ideas, meaningful collaborations, and groundbreaking discoveries throughout this conference. Thank you, respected dignitaries. Before we proceed further, let us take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to the organizations and our sponsors, whose generous support has played a vital role in the successful organization of this conference. We are deeply grateful to our co-sponsor, Quantum Networks, for the invaluable support and partnership. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to our silver sponsor, Networks, for their generous contribution towards making this conference a success. We also sincerely thank our publication partner, Bantam Science, for supporting the dissemination of quality research and scientific knowledge. Our special thanks to our technical sponsor, IEEE, for their esteemed association and continued support in promoting excellence in research and innovation. Finally, we would also like to acknowledge our supporting partners, Meltech and Skylux X Overseas Education, for their valuable support and contribution to this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, let us express our heartfelt appreciation to all our sponsors and partners with a warm round of applause. Every successful conference begins with a vision. It is now my pleasure to invite an accomplished academician and an inspiring leader whose vision and dedication have been instrumental in making this international conference a reality. As the Dean of the School of Computer Science and Engineering, he has consistently encouraged excellence in teaching, research, innovation, and industry collaboration. Under his dynamic leadership, the school has continued to achieve remarkable milestones and has strengthened its reputation as a center for pioneering research and academic excellence. To formally welcome everyone and share the vision behind our conference IC4 AI 2026, I invite Dr. Sudhakar Ilango, Dean School of Computer Science and Engineering, convener of IC4 AI 2026, to deliver the welcome address.
Respected Chief Guest, Dr. E.R. Rajkumar, Vice President Accenture Bangalore, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Guest of Honor, distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais, dignitaries from various institutions, industry experts, faculty members, research scholars, students, sponsors, press and media, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure and great honor to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the first international conference on advances, architectures, algorithms, and applications for AI intelligence. Artificial Intelligence, IC4 AI 2026 at VITAP University. First and foremost, I extended my heartfelt welcome to our chief guest, Dr. E.R. Rajkumar sir. He is Enterprise Tech and Vice President, Senior Manager, Industry X, Supply Chain Engineering, Accenture, Bengaluru. Sir, thank you for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion for your esteemed presence. Thank you very much, sir. Your expertise in aerospace, automotive, semiconductor, AI governance, IoT, AI in semiconductor, chip designing, and your contribution to the Government of India road safety, it is an exemplary, remarkable achievement from the academician to an architect. It is very curious to hear from you, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee, I warmly welcome you to the IC4 AI 2026. And also, I'm delighted to welcome Professor Vidyadhar Subodhi, Director, IIT Warangal, who has joined through video conferencing. And sir will be coming tomorrow in physically to giving the keynote address. He is an eminent academician, inspiring researcher, and a great leader. Sir, we welcome you on behalf of VITAP and on behalf of my own. Welcome you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome Sri Rajiv Sharma, founder and CEO, Advisor Innovation LLP, Hyderabad. His pioneer working in applying artificial intelligence to healthcare, agriculture sector, inspired many young innovators and entrepreneurs. Sir, we eager to hear from your thoughtful insights. We warm welcome to you, sir, for VITAP University. I extend my respectful and heartful welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Arulmozhi Varman. I was fascinating his remarkable journey from signal processing to quantum processing. I did an interesting investigation on Arulmozhi Varman. When I turn back to the history, Arulmozhi Varman is the birth name of great emperor Rajaraja Chola. So who built Pragadishwara temple that is called as Tanjore Big Temple. So sir, with your eminent guidance and your visionary and holistic development and academic excellence and global recognition and your unwavering support to the School of Computer Science and Engineering and IC4 AI, with your support, I think we met the international standards, sir. Thank you very much for your guidance and support. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, I extend my warm welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. I also extend my warm welcome to our beloved registrar sir in absentia. He is a multi-personality person, administrative guidance, attention to detail, and continuous support in all administrative activity and the execution of this IC4AI in a successful manner. Thank you very much, sir. We welcome you on behalf of IC4AI. And I am pleased to welcome my colleague, Dr. Saroj Kumar Pandikiri, Associate Dean, School of Computer Science and Engineering. As you are aware, School of Computer Science and Engineering is the largest school in our university. It required a double engine. So we can see double engine Sarkar successfully executing in School of Computer Science and Engineering. I warm welcome to Saroj Kumar Pandikiri, Associate Dean. And I am delighted to welcome Dr. Sachinandan Mogandi. The name itself, it is a vibrant person and General Chair, IC4AI. Across the campus, he will be vibrating in, he is excellent in research activities. He is a world top 2% scientist, and Mohandi has made remarkable contribution to the AI, intelligence, and computer science. His dynamic leadership and the enthusiastic and globally connected communication will make our IC4AI in the international standard. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of IC4AI Conference Committee. I also delighted to cordially welcome all our keynote speakers, session chairs, gold sponsors, delegates, and then industrial persons, participants from joined physically and virtually, deans, directors, deputy directors, assistant directors, members of press and media, faculty colleagues, research scholars, and students. Your presence has made a conference truly international, full, and meaningful. I would like to brief summary of this conference. The IC4AI conference process we have started nearly 6 months before. We nearly received 283 research papers after the first level scrutiny. 283 papers were submitted to Microsoft ICT portal, which was reviewed by 2 external members and 1 internal member across the globe. 160 members meticulously did this review process, and they have recommended 80 papers, including 2 international papers. Out of 80, 72 papers were finally registered for this conference, including 2 international submissions. And I would like to acknowledge the conference proceedings will be published in Bentham Science publication. I also welcome Bentham Science people for this conference. The conference has different tracks as follows: advances in artificial intelligence, AI and machine learning architecture, AI and communication engineering, AI in cyber security, AI in cloud and edge computing. My sincere appreciation to all the reviewers, technical committee members, and organized committee members for their dedicated efforts. Over the next 2 days, I think we have an excellent lineup of keynote delivers. I warmly welcome all the keynote speakers and the session chairs for the IC4 International Conference. I am confident that every participant will gain knowledge, inspiration, and opportunities for the future collaboration. Before I conclude, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our founder and chancellor, Dr. G. Vishwanathan sir. His visionary leadership and constant encouragement and unwavering commitment towards making VIT a world-class university. I also express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Sangar Vishwanathan, Vice President, Dr. Segar Vishwanathan, Vice President, and Dr. G.V. Selvam, Vice President, for their continuous guidance and encouragement and generous support. I would like to conclude my welcome address by the inspiring quote given by our former President, scientist, poet. I am privileged to say his quote and standing Dr. Abdul Kalam block. I am giving his quote. When there is a righteousness in the heart, there is a beauty in the character. When there is a beauty in the character, there is a harmony in the home. When there is a harmony in the home, there is an order in the nation. When there is an order in the nation, there is a peace in the world. Let this conference inspire solution that brings peace, prosperity, and sustainable progress to our society. Also, I would like to welcome the Almighty God who gave pleasant climate in VIT Amaravati. I think from yesterday evening onwards, the climate has been changed, so which AI cannot do. So my humble request is, people should rule AI, AI should not rule the people. With this remarks, I conclude my welcome speech, and once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and everyone. Have a pleasant stay at VIT AB Amaravati. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Vidyadhar Subudhi, who is joining us virtually to address the gathering. Dr. Vidyadhar Subudhi is presently serving as the Director of the National Institute of Technology, Warangal, and is on deputation from IIT Goa, where he is Professor in the School of Electrical Sciences. He also serves as an adjunct professor at IIT Hyderabad. He earned his bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from NIT Rourkela, MTech in Control and Instrumentation from IIT Delhi, and completed his PhD in Control Systems Engineering from the University of Sheffield, United Kingdom. Professor Subudhi is a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, the Asia Pacific Artificial Intelligence Association, IET UK, and several prestigious international professional bodies, including being a technical committee member of the IEEE Technical Committees on Intelligent Control, IEEE Consumer Electronics, Power and Energy, IFAC Computational Intelligence in Control, Steering Committee member of the Asian Control Association, and member of the IFAC Council. He serves on the editorial boards of IEEE Transaction on Sustainable Energy, IEEE Power Engineering Letters, IEEE Systems Journal, IEEE Access, ISA Transactions, and IET Electronics Letter. He is also a distinguished lecturer of ACM. His contribution to intelligent control systems, autonomous vehicles, smart grids, and power systems have earned him numerous national and international honors, including the Samantha Chandra Shekhar Award, Distinguished Alumnus Award of NIT Rourkela, and the IEEE Outstanding Leadership Award. With more than 300 research publications, 5 patents, and the successful guidance of 46 PhD scholars, Professor Subudhi has made remarkable contributions to engineering, research, and innovation. Sir, despite your busy schedule, we are truly grateful that you have taken the time to be with us today. It's a privilege to have you as a part of the inaugural ceremony of IC4AI 2026. May I now request you to kindly deliver your address to the gathering. Over to you, sir. Dr. Vidyadhar Subudhi, sir, we are really grateful to have you with us today. It is our privilege to have you as a part of this inaugural ceremony. May I now request you to kindly deliver your address to the gathering. It is a mute or what? No, it's already quiet. Is it in mute or like he was asking? Audio file? Or
Yeah, very good morning to all, and I am pleased to be with all of you in this interesting and very prestigious conference, IC4AI 26. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Rajkumar, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, uh, Dr. Vishwanathan, faculty colleagues, delegates, and it is really heartening to see that VITAP has chosen a very, very timely theme for this wonderful research conference. And as you know that the artificial intelligence has impacted our life in many ways, and therefore a lot of dissemination of future focus is necessary. And conferences like this, I will believe that they will provide ample opportunity for the researchers, for the young PhD scholars, and all the industry participants who are there to exchange their ideas and share their experience, and also to get a direction where to head to apply the newer techniques and to address the challenges with sustainable goal orientation. And today, artificial intelligence application has been evolving in a big way. Not only in one domain, it has expanded to multiple domains, like starting from healthcare, agriculture, governance, automation, finance, education, everywhere. Nevertheless, there are still challenges ahead, and therefore conferences like these are very important to discuss the difficulties, to discuss the future opportunities, how to take it forward. So therefore, I expect that the sessions pursued here will bring new ideas, and I expect that at the end of this conference, we'll have good takeaways, listening to keynote speeches, and opportunity for collaboration through networking and visiting other institutes, and trying to be a part of the multidisciplinary research instead of working in silo. And particularly for the young, the delegates, the conference of this kind is really a wonderful opportunity where they can explore how to contact the future, the research avenues, how to collaborate with other institutes to submit research proposals, how to pursue the research in the upcoming areas. So therefore, I wish this conference will be a great success from all of us, and more particularly for the young delegates for their future career. So with this, I once again congratulate VITAP for organizing this international conference, and I wish this conference will be a grand success, and I will be available day after tomorrow to give my keynote speech, and I hope that I will have the opportunity to meet you all. And thank you very much for giving this opportunity to me today for speaking something to you, and thank you for listening to me. Wishing you a great conference.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring and insightful address. Your valuable thoughts and words of encouragement have truly enriched the inaugural ceremony. We sincerely appreciate your virtual presence and thank you for being a part of IC4AI 2026. It is now my distinguished honor and privilege to introduce our next guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Sharma, whose visionary leadership, strategic acumen, and remarkable contributions have significantly transformed the agtech and agribusiness landscape. With over 3 decades of distinguished professional experience, Mr. Rajiv Sharma is the founder and Chief Executive Officer of Advisor Innovations LLP, Hyderabad. Throughout his illustrious career, he has demonstrated exceptional leadership in driving business transformation, fostering innovation, nurturing strategic partnerships, and promoting sustainable growth across diverse sectors. Mr. Sharma has held several senior leadership positions in globally renowned organizations, including Bayer Crop Science, Bayer Bioscience, Mexico Hybrid Seeds, Mahindra and Mahindra, and OTIS India, where he successfully spearheaded business expansion, organizational transformation, and digital innovation initiatives. A passionate advocate of entrepreneurship and innovation, Mr. Sharma actively mentors and advises more than 80 startups across agri-tech, health tech, ed tech, and sustainability. He is closely associated with premier institutions including IIT Bombay, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Madras, ISB, T-Hub, BITS Hyderabad, Stanford University, and AIDEA and ARM, aspiring entrepreneurs and innovators through his mentorship and through leadership. His enduring commitment to innovation, leadership, development, and nation building has earned him widespread recognition and respect across academia, industry, and the startup ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Sharma, as I request him to address the gathering.
Very warm good morning to all of you. Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Deans of various schools, Associate Deans, HODs, and delegates from across the country, and most importantly, the AI researchers sitting over here. A warm welcome to this international conference for AI 26, which I think VITAP is organizing for the first time. While, in the morning we were discussing about what are the key topics I should communicate to the researchers over here. And, there were a number of things which I was going through in my mind. But then I thought, what is the purpose of doing any research? What is the purpose of innovation and technology? And one of the first thing which hits my head is, we are in an era where things are changing so fast every day. And AI is one of the areas which has made a profound impact on each and every one of the sector of the industry. It has touched every person on this planet, directly, indirectly. And I believe it could have a bigger impact on key challenges which the globe faces today. Let me take you back to the time when India got independence, 1947, we were at the stage what is called ship to mouth stage, which means the country used to wait for food from donor nations, developed countries, so that we could feed our population. That was the time where the country was said that we always had many mouths to feed but very less food available. From that stage to now, we have come a long way. The country, particularly the contribution of researchers, technologies, and most importantly, people or the farmers who have made the country self-reliant in food. You'll be wondering why I'm talking about food, agriculture, when the conference is about AI. You know, today, the power of technology over the last, from 1947 to today, India is the world's largest producer of milk, wheat, rice, vegetables, poultry products, spices, vegetables and horticultural crops, dry fruits. So why all this happened? From a begging bowl stage to surplus. This all happened because of the research, the technology, the innovation which got adapted by the farmers over here. Now that phase is over. Now, while we talk of surplus, the world is facing a very different type of challenge today. For example, by 2050, we'll have 10 billion mouths to feed. We will have almost 17% less agriculture land to produce. We will have that global climate impact which would reduce our production by 20%. While we all look at an increasing population and the challenges, external challenges, climatic challenges, the technology will have to stand up and deliver to ensure that nobody goes hungry to bed. Even today, there is a, what we call, not exactly a shortage of food, but a deficit of nutrition, which means the balanced nutrition which the country requires, that is missing. So AI will have to play, and this is a challenge which I am throwing at the researchers over here. We'll have to stand up and work on issues which are of very large and global nature, which could impact humanity. AI will have to stand up and work in the direction to ensure that the guesswork out of ensuring food availability to humanity is removed. There is more predictability, there is more assurance, and there is more efficiency in the entire food production system. That's the bigger role which I believe AI will have to play. The second thing, I think all of us are feeling the impact of climate change. And to give you some examples, every 1 degree of rise in temperature will reduce the food production by 10%. That's where the precision technologies will have to come in to ensure that how does AI work on the farm, help the farmers produce more with less in a very difficult climatic condition. How does technology come in to solve the larger issue which the humanity is facing? Over the next 2 days, there will be a lot of discussion, deliberation, a lot of frontier research papers which would get discussed and presented. And I look forward to this young researching population, and thanks to VIT AP to organize such a impactful topic as an international conference. And this is I would say, the best time for AI to start looking at larger problems to be solved with the humanity on the food front, on the health front. There are so many use cases. So I'll be discussing more about them, in the second half of the day during my keynote address. We'll do a deep dive into number of use cases, challenges, specifically where you will have opportunity to work on and solve some of the greater problems which all of us are facing. I wish and hope that some of the researchers over here will come up with solutions and answers and directions which would solve a couple of issues which I have raised. And I wish you all a very successful participation in the conference, international conference. And I believe the beginning like this is the pathway to greater success. And I hope some of you from here reach the global platform and hopefully get to the Nobel platform, get a Nobel laureate prize to solve the key issues, and my best wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring thoughts and insightful address. Especially, maybe the young minds and the researchers here will be inspired to work more on the agricultural sector, and its relations with the AI is much more clear, or maybe it will be much more clear through your keynote speech. It is now my privilege to invite our visionary leader, whose exceptional commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and research has been instrumental in shaping VIT AP University into a center of global learning and innovation. Under his dynamic leadership, the university has witnessed remarkable growth in academics, research, industry collaborations, and international outreach, inspiring both faculty and students to pursue excellence. With great honor and profound respect, may I now invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P. Arulmoji Varman, Vice Chancellor, VIT AP University, to grace the dais with his esteemed presence.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning to all. It's my great pleasure and privilege to be the part of this, the first international conference on the advances, architecture, algorithms, and the applications for the artificial intelligence, IC4AI 2026, organized by the School of Computer Science Engineering, VIT AP. Distinguished chief guest, Dr. E.R. Rajkumar, the guest of honor, Dr. Pudiyar Subhuti, Director, NIT Warangal, the guest of honor, Sri Rajesh Sharma, the founder and the CEO of Advisor Innovation, the registrar, Dr. Jagdish Chandra Mutikandi, and esteemed academicians, industry leaders, researchers, faculty members, my dear deans, the faculty colleagues, student friends, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to everyone once again. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you for this, the International Conference on the Advances, Architecture, and the Algorithms and Applications for the Artificial Intelligence. We We all know that as the Dean School of Computing Science has already mentioned, AI can rule the world, but human has to control the AI. Okay, so artificial intelligence is not here to replace the human intelligence. Everyone has to understand that. Okay, it is here to amplify the human potential. Okay, that is the theme of the conference. The future belongs to those who combine the technologies, okay, and the excellence for the ethically responsible. Even whenever you are applying into that, there should be responsible AI. That's the another core area. I'm sure that the chief guest also going to address upon those the thing, and the innovation with the inclusiveness. That's where the guest of honor has touched upon the data with the humanitarian considerations. So the human in nature with all the data, okay, and intelligence with the wisdom. You might have seen that the recent level of the war, where there are the responsible AIs failed. There are certain situations they tried with their different model and then they have ignored certain things. Suddenly, there is a big blast happened in the school kids. There are 170 kids were lost. Okay, so all of you must understand that why we are bringing this such a very important level of the theme in the today's scenario, especially for the advances, architectures, algorithms and the applications. We need to deeply understand how responsible we are, how the important innovation that we are emerging into this in terms of the inclusiveness and also with the human intelligence that has to be wisely utilized. Today we have the chief guest, Dr. E.R. Rajkumar, the enterprise architect and the Vice President, Senior Manager, Industry X Supply Chain Engineering, Accenture Bangalore. We are deeply honored to welcome Dr. E.R. Rajkumar, a distinguished technology leader with the extensive experience in the artificial intelligence, digital transformation, Industry 4.0 and smart manufacturing, industry supply chain, cloud computing, and enterprise technology architecture. At Accenture, he has been the instrumental in enabling the industry across the globe for the leverage of the AI, machine learning, IoT, and currently he is focusing on the digital twins and the data-driven decision-making for the transforming the business operations. His contributions is bringing the academic research with the industrial innovation, continue to inspire all the youngsters to focus for the develop with the scalable and also for the sustainable and the impactable AI solution. We are truly honored, sir, for your the kind presence today. We have the guest of honor, the Professor Briyada Subodhi, the Director, National Institute of Technology, Warangal. Just now he has addressed, he is going to deliver one of the keynote talk tomorrow. Dr. Briyada Subodhi is one of the India's most distinguished academician and the researcher in the control system, robotics and the artificial intelligence, computer vision and the intelligent automation and the autonomous system. His pioneering research has significantly contributed for the intelligent control robotics, image processing, AI-driven engineering application through its outstanding academic leadership with the numerous impact research publication with the funded projects and also the patent and the mentor of the various doctoral scholar. We are proud to see the Dean School of Mechanical Engineering did PhD under his guidance. He has strengthened the research ecosystem and inspired the generation of the engineers and the scientists. Thank you, sir, for your kind acceptance and grace your presence through virtual mode today. We also have the distinguished guest today, Dr. Rajesh Sharma, the founder CEO, Advisor Innovation. We are delighted to welcome Shri Rajesh Sharma ji an accomplished entrepreneur and innovation leader who has successfully applied artificial intelligence, data analytics, precision agriculture, digital technologies to the transform the agriculture sector majorly. Through advisor innovation, he developed the technology-driven solutions to empower the farmers with the intelligent advisory system. You might have heard that is the address why he has touched upon. Today we are the surplus, the food production, but whatever the data that is thrown out is by 2050. So we have to feed more than 50 billion level of the mouth, okay? And today the food wastage, whatever we are doing is to take care of the entire South Africa. That's what the statistics, what we have discussed today. So everybody has to be conscious about the whatever the food that you are taking it, and then every wastage it is going to impact for the planet. Okay. So predictive analytics, that is the important area where the Rajesh Sharma is working. Resource optimization, sustainable agriculture practices. His entrepreneurial journey exemplifies how the AI can create the meaningful and societal impact while promoting the innovation, especially the food security and the rural development. In fact, we are happy to say that Sri Rajesh Sharma ji accepted our request, and he is going to support us through the adjunct professor role and to take the students into the entrepreneurial journey in this campus. There the presents all the pioneers who have accepted, and I have seen the galaxy of the keynote speakers for the international conference. Right from the AI governance in the industrial AI and the digital twin. Immediately after this inauguration, Dr. E.R. Rajkumar going to address. Next, I have seen that the scaling down LLM-5, making the big models smaller and smaller. So Professor Rajinikanth Aluvalu, the director SIT University, Hyderabad, he is going to address. And Sri Rajesh Sharma ji is going to address AI for food security and sustainability learning. Dr. C.B. Chakravarti, the Director, Center of Excellence, the Artificial Intelligence, he is going to address yesterday's AI and today's quantum. And the quantum technology, how it has built the roadmap, Wi-Fi plus AI board and ecosystem overview, that is the quantum technology team going to address. I appreciate the galaxy of the speakers who have accepted our request, and tomorrow you are going to have the interaction how to become the 10x engineers in the age of agentic AI. Ms. Batmapriya Malela from the Microsoft Bangalore going to address. AI applications, especially for the road safety and other aspects, Dr. Venkatesh Balasubramaniam, professor from IIT Madras, going to address tomorrow. Artificial intelligence enabled cyber physical microgrids. It is going to address by the Badiyadar Subadi. He is going to address. Professor Fernando Moreiro from the Portugal. Advances in the AI and the present and the future he is going to address. Finally, we are going to have the Dr. Siti Sopaiti through the online from the University of Malaysia. AI meets the quantum, that's building the next generation intelligence and the secure systems. So you have the galaxy of the invited speakers as a part of the conference. I am sure this conference is going to come out with the most important deliberations in terms of the academic excellence, industrial innovation, and the entrepreneurial vision. It's a right balance in terms of the inspiration for all the faculty, research scholars, and the student friends. Friends, let us all aware of that the AI no longer the futuristic concept. It is the driving force behind all the transformative innovations, especially in the healthcare, whatever the infrastructure developments, agriculture, the smart buildings, smart cities, education, finance, manufacturing, transportations, climate science, cybersecurity, and the governance. AI is going to reshaping the entire industry, redefining all your the career path. So every domain you have to go through the AI channel. Okay, it is going to impact nation that lead the AI research innovation with the global economy for the future. India uniquely positioned now become the global AI powerhouse through the visionary initiatives. We all aware of that. Last 2 decades, digital India becoming the globally important India AI mission. So the advantage what we have seen because of the COVID is the UPI transactions. Okay, so we all already enter into the digital transformations. India AI mission now pushing us into the national quantum mission and also the startup India culture. So our country is creating the ecosystem which promotes for the innovation, entrepreneurial journey, and the responsible AI development. As a universities, we have to have the important and the pivotal role to preparing all the young talents capable of addressing the global challenges. That's the reason this conference is getting into the importance today. At VIT AP University, we are committed to building the ecosystem where the teaching, research, innovation, entrepreneurship, and the industrial collaborations go hand in hand. Our students are encouraged not merely to learn the AI technologies and also to create intelligent solutions that improve the lives, empower the communities, and contribute to the sustainable development. The theme of this conference advances architecture, algorithms, and the applications for the AI, which covers the entire spectrum of the artificial intelligence from the foundation theory to the real-world deployment. The exchange of these ideas from among all the industry leaders, academic experts, innovators, young scholars will undoubtedly lead to the new collaboration and the impactful discoveries. I am delighted that this conference bringing all the distinguished experts from the academia industry, which interfaces the theoretical research and the industrial practices, enabling all the students and the researchers to understand the real-world challenges, most importantly, the responsible and the scalable AI solutions. I appeal to all my young students, friends, the future of AI depends not only for the creating a powerful algorithm, also ensuring the ethical, transparent, secure, explainable, and the beneficial to the humanity. As innovators, you have responsibility to develop the AI system to uphold the fairness, privacy, accountability, and the sustainability. I encourage every participant to utilize this conference platform to exchange the ideas, initiate the collaboration, because conference meant for the networking. Okay, so please ensure that and explore interdisciplinary innovations. Today discussion may become the tomorrow's breakthrough level of the technologies. I sincerely congratulate the conference organizers, all the conveners, the organizing committee, faculty members, student volunteers, all the sponsors for organizing this prestigious international conference IC4AI. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished chief guests, guests of honors for sharing the valuable insights and inspiring the academic community. I wish this first international conference on the advances, architecture, algorithms, and the applications will be a great success and which set the benchmark for the conference to inspire all the young kids to advances the science and the technologies which empower the society and contribute more smarter and more sustainable and the inclusive world. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring vision and continuous encouragement towards excellence in research and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor to introduce our chief guest for today's inaugural ceremony. Dr. Rajkumar ER is an accomplished enterprise technology architect and vice president, senior manager at Industry X Accenture, Bangalore, bringing over 2 decades of global industry experience, spanning across aerospace, automotive, healthcare, transportation, semiconductors, artificial intelligence, IoT, cybersecurity, and digital transformation. He holds a doctorate degree from the University of Rouen, France, in electronics, microelectronics, optics, lasers, and microwave optoelectronics with special commendation, and MTech in biomedical engineering from our very own VIT University, Vellore, and a bachelor's degree in electronics and communication engineering from the University of Madras. Dr. Rajkumar has successfully led several AI-driven transformations in industry, including AI governance, trustworthy AI aligned with ISO 42001, AI-enabled chip design, healthcare innovations, intelligent transportation systems, and India's integrated road accident database initiative that significantly contributed to reducing road fatalities. His current research and industry interests include agentic AI, responsible AI, digital transformation, AI-powered healthcare, predictive analytics, and intelligent connected system. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming our chief guest, Dr. Rajkumar ER, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Vice Chancellor and others in the dais and off the dais. I'm going to take, it's already late and most of you already drawn into your mobile phone. So I'll touch upon the topic in detail during my keynote address, but right now I'd like to touch upon the few highlights or bullet points, which is really, you will understand what is AI governance. I'll take my recent tenure at Accenture only. When I joined in the executive leadership, after 1 week or 10 days, they came back to us, sir, is it okay for you to have an assessment? Because leadership should evolve and they should have an ever-learning experience. I said, I'm okay for it. So after 2 weeks, they came back and then they are telling, sir, you need to improve your productivity. And when it comes to the productivity, and one of the simplest reasons they said is, sir, you need to cut short your YouTube. It looks simple, but if you are in a family, you will try to avoid the small kids at home. It's a screening time. But that screening time will damage their brain. That is in a different context. That's not, I'm touching it today. But when it comes to the professionals, irrespective of your cadre, whether you are sitting at a security gate or you are sitting at a MD in an office, every 2 minutes or 3 minutes, we are just taking the phone and then we are watching something or even seeing the WhatsApp status and then keeping back the phone. And after 5 minutes, again, we are doing it. And you may think that it is you are addicted, but it is not you are addicted alone. You have been tuned to get addicted. That is where the AI governance comes into the picture. That is why even Meta is facing a lot of lawsuits at US and Europe. So the point what I'm trying to touch here is, after this assessment, I really uninstall YouTube, and then the productivity of 4 hours I regain back. I'm not telling something extraordinary, or I'm not telling the fiction or a story, but it is a fact which I'm the victim standing in front of you. And you yourself, even right now, many of my student friends or faculty colleagues and others, they are just watching your phone for no reason. This has to be changed, because the algorithm is making you to get addicted or getting tuned, and this will narrow down, and that is where something called as a bias comes into the picture. So when it comes to the AI governance, I'll be touching something with respect to biasing, and little bit with respect to what we call it as robustness and responsible and trustworthy AI. Nowadays, the robots are, what is it called, doing marathon and doing all other humanoids have come. They are doing a lot of activities, but what will happen if it is doing the malfunction? I don't know, you hear the story at Seoul 2024, one robot got suicide of the work pressure. It's not a joke, it is a fact. And 2017, two of them, what is it called, robots, or two of the systems which Facebook, that time they were developing, they started communicating each other in their own coded language. So these are the areas which pulled me to get into something called as AI governance. And across the globe, there is only one standard as of now, that is called as ISO 42001. There you will understand what are the guardrails we need to bring it into the system. And for that, we need to have a guidelines followed by the procedures and policies, and then how we are going to make it as an internal assessment templates. So I'm going to touch upon all these things in my keynote address. But before that, as I told you guys, or my friends, or colleagues, or my peers, try to understand what you are up to. It is not just only the AI for conference, but we can improve ourselves in, what is it called, daily basis. That if this conference is going to help you, why you got, or why we all are tuned to just watch into the mobile phone, what kind of algorithms made us to do that, then you will look the perspective in a little bit different manner. And when it comes to the student community, I'm going to touch only 2 points. The number one is, I was a professor. Even I'm just, not even, this is your auditorium. Your Vice Chancellor office is my native or my home. But I took a risk in getting out of academia, and I gone to the industry for just 2 reasons. The number one reason is, I don't know, some of my VIT faculty colleagues are here. I used to be a tough faculty. I will not give you full marks for anything, particularly in electronics. I don't accept max. I don't accept anybody can get 50 out of 50. The internal assessment or whatever names you are having it now. But 2015, 16 and all, if I'm asking anything other than the PDF, then students will get into the student feedback and they are telling this faculty is very tough. If I'm asking anything other than the PDF, because PDF is a broader guidelines or just a reference. In our days, we don't have PDF. We have to go to the book, and then if we couldn't able to get the book, we have to take the photocopy and then study it. But then students are very tuned. Sorry, it is not there in the PDF, but you asked in the question. So the point what I'm trying to touch here is, I'm talking about 12 years back. Now, I don't know what is the current status of students. I can ask my faculty colleagues later. But the point what I'm trying to touch here is, you guys have a lot of sophistication. But what as an industry, last 10 plus years, what I'm seeing it in the industry is all we needed from the fresher or from the college graduated candidate is whether you have the clarity, whether whatever you are speaking is making sense, or you have a common sense to understand the problem on your own, except copying others or without copying others. If these are the skills you have it, definitely industry is, what is it called, very much welcome you, because industry is really facing a crunch of having a qualified or a skilled or good aptitude and attitude candidates. Even still now, that is my one of the indirect agenda, whether I can able to get few good interns or a few good students. I may talk to some of your faculties, because my way of handling the thing is, if the faculty is vouching you, then he or she may be good. And then we can mold them. So this is my agenda of coming to the VIT AP, and thank you very much for all your patience, and at least some of you put your mobile down. That really made me very happy today, because at least some of you are listening. Thank you so much. We'll connect again.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening and highly inspiring address. And especially, I hope each one of us present here will be using our mobile phones productively from today onwards. And yes, I hope everyone is inspired, not only students, research scholars, even the faculties from your experience. Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. It is now time for another significant milestone of today's inaugural ceremony, the release of the conference souvenir of IC4AI 2026. The souvenir encapsulates the vision of the conference and commemorates the collective efforts of everyone who has contributed to this prestigious international event. May I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly unveil and release the conference souvenir of IC4AI 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause as we witness the official release of the International Conference on Advances, Architectures, Algorithms, and Applications for Artificial Intelligence's Conference Souvenir. Congratulations to the entire organizing committee and everyone who is responsible for this memorable milestone. Thank you, respected dignitaries. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, respected dignitaries. Every distinguished gathering is made memorable by the presence of eminent personalities who inspire us through their wisdom, achievement, and leadership. It is our privilege to honor such distinguished guests today. As a token of our gratitude and respect, we now proceed with the felicitation of our distinguished dignitaries. May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to kindly come forward and felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Rajkumar E.R., Enterprise Tech Architect, Vice President, Senior Manager of Industry X, Supply Chain Engineering, Accenture, Bangalore. I request VC sir to facilitate our guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Sharma, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Advisor Innovations LLP, Hyderabad. Although Professor Vidyarthi Subhuti is joining us virtually today, we are unable to present a physical memento during this ceremony. We would like to place on record our sincere gratitude and appreciation for his gracious presence and invaluable contribution to this conference. In addition to our esteemed guest of honor and our chief guest, we are privileged to have with us distinguished panel of eminent academicians and industry experts from India and across the globe. As already mentioned by our VC sir, we have with us various keynote speakers, and sir also mentioned about the various topics they are going to deliver today and tomorrow. Now I would like to request our VC sir to provide a small token of appreciation to all our keynote speakers, session chairs, and sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request a warm round of applause for our distinguished keynote speakers present with us today. I would like to request our esteemed guests to kindly come forward to the stage to receive a memento. Our distinguished keynote speakers are Professor Rajnikant Aluvalu, Director, Symbiosis Institute of Technology, SIT Hyderabad Campus, India. Sir is going to deliver a keynote talk on scaling down LLMs, making big models smaller and smarter.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Our next keynote speaker is our very own Dr. C.V. Chakravarti, Director, Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence Research, VIT-AP University. A round of applause for sir. We are equally honored to have three distinguished keynote speakers who will be joining us virtually from across India and abroad. Ms. Padma Priya Malela, Senior Software Engineer, Microsoft, Bangalore, India. Dr. Venkatesh Bala Subramaniam, Professor, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Professor Fernando Moreira, Full Professor, Universidade Porto Calens, Portugal. Although they are unable to be with us in person today, we extend our heartful gratitude for graciously accepting our invitation and enriching IC4 AI 2026 with their invaluable expertise through their valuable participation. May I request now our distinguished session chairs to kindly come forward to receive a token of our gratitude and appreciation. I request Professor Sandeep Kumar Panda to kindly come forward to the dais. Yes, sir. Professor Aditya Kumar Sahu, Professor M. Sunita, Professor Vada Prasad Rao, Professor Sirisa Patluri, and Professor Sunita Satapati. We would also like to provide a token of appreciation to Dr. Raj Santos, Bantam Science Series editor, for being our publication partner. I would also like to mention that we have with us our gold sponsor, Quantum Networks. I request you to kindly come forward to receive a memento on the behalf of the respective organization. We extend our sincere appreciation to our other sponsors, Network, our silver sponsor, Bantam Science, our publication partner, IEEE, our technical sponsor, our supporting partners, Meltec and Skylark X Overseas Education. The continued encouragement and support have significantly contributed to making this conference a truly memorable and successful event. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, respected dignitaries, for gracing this occasion with your esteemed presence and inspiring words. I would again like to mention that we have with us Dr. Raj Santosh, Bantam Science Series editor, who is our publication partner. Big round of applause for Dr. Raj Santosh. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for gracing this occasion. Your encouragement and support will undoubtedly motivate researchers, academicians, and students to pursue excellence and innovation. We now come to the concluding segment of the inaugural ceremony. May I invite Professor Saroj Kumar Panigrahi, Associate Dean, School of Computer Science and Engineering and convener of IC4AI, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, respected Chief Guest, Guest of Honors, Shekhar Viswanathan and Dr. G.V. Selvam, for their visionary leadership, constant encouragement, and for providing us with the world-class infrastructure here at VIT AP University, Amaravati. We extend our deep appreciation to our Honorable Vice Chancellor for his outstanding leadership, academic guidance, and unwavering support in bringing this conference to life. We are thankful to our registrar in absentia for handling the massive administrative, operational, and infrastructural backbone required to host this event. We are profoundly honored by the presence of our eminent guests, like our chief guest, Dr. E.R. Rajkumar, guest of honor, Professor Vidyadhar Subudhi, Distinguished Director of NIT Warangal, and Sri Rajiv Sharma, Founder and CEO, AgVisor Innovation, for sparing their valuable time and immense expertise. Thank you, sir. We owe a deep debt of gratitude to our General Chairs, Professor Bal Vardi, Dr. Hamidar Arbania, and Professor Ming Yang, and especially our conference chairperson, Dr. Sachinandan Mahanti, for meticulously steering this conference toward international standards. A special thanks to our esteemed keynote speakers, Dr. E.R. Rajkumar from Accenture, Professor Vidyadhar Subudhi, Director, NIT Warangal, Professor Rajnikant Aluvalu, Director, Symbiosis Institute of Technology, Hyderabad, Ms. Padma Priya Mallika from Microsoft, from Fernando Moreira, University of Patukalens, and Professor Sitis Sofiati Yohannes, University of Technology, Malaysia. An international conference is only as good as its technical contributions. We sincerely thank the authors of the accepted papers who chose this conference to showcase their cutting-edge research spanning everything from quantum machine learning to edge computing. We also thank our massive network of expert reviewers who ensured a rigorous review process. My heartfelt appreciation goes to the entire organizing committee, the technical program committee, session chairs, publication, finance committee, registration committee for working behind the scene to orchestrate this hybrid conference so seamlessly. We extend our sincere thanks to our technical co-sponsors, industry partners, Quantum Networks, Maltech, and our publishing partners including Bentham Science Publishers, Elsevier and Jove for providing maximum visibility to these research papers. This event would not have been possible without the relentless round-the-clock effort of our convener, Dr. S. Sudhakar Ilango, Dean of School of Computer Science and Engineering. A massive round of applause for our student volunteers, research scholars, CTS team, 360-degree housekeeping staff, security personnel, press and media who have been the backbone of managing this event seamlessly. And finally, in the spirit of this inaugural edition of IC4AI 2026, it is only fitting that we extend a unique note of gratitude to the very core of our gathering, artificial intelligence itself. We thank AI not just as a tool or a technology, but as a foundational catalyst that has brought together hundreds of brilliant minds from across the globe to Amravati, Andhra Pradesh. We owe a debt of gratitude to the algorithms that have streamlined our research, the neural networks that spark our innovations, and the endless possibilities of machine learning that continue to challenge, inspire, and shape the future of human capability. Thank you for proving to be the ultimate collaborator in rewriting the rules of science, education, and real-world impact. Once again, thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for the vote of thanks. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude the inaugural ceremony, I have a humble request to all our esteemed delegates, faculty members, research scholars, and students. Kindly remain seated and do not leave the auditorium as we will commence our first keynote session immediately after the inaugural ceremony. We are privileged to have our chief guest, Dr. E.R. Rajkumar, who is going to deliver our first keynote talk on the topic AI governance in industry, AI and digital twin. His keynote promises to provide valuable insights into one of the most significant and rapidly evolving areas of artificial intelligence and digital transformation. I encourage all participants to stay back and make the most of this enriching session. Refreshments will be served immediately after the completion of Keynote Talk 1. We kindly request all participants to stay with us and enjoy the keynote before proceeding for refreshments. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you, delegates, for gracing our conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank all the distinguished guests, delegates, sponsors, reviewers, authors, faculty members, volunteers, and participants for making the inaugural ceremony of IC4AI 2026 a memorable one. We wish you an enriching conference filled with insightful discussions, meaningful collaborations, and innovative ideas. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
This is a
and served as an angel investor and a board advisor. In addition, in his industry contributions, he has made remarkable contributions to academia by designing courses, developing case studies, and delivering guest lectures at prestigious institutes including IIM Lucknow, IIM Ranchi, IIT Bombay, IIT Chennai, SRM University, and several agricultural universities. Today, we are privileged to have him with us to share his valuable insights and experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to extend a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Sri Rajiv Sharma, sir. Sir.
So, good afternoon. A very sleepy good afternoon, am I right? So I'll have to, it's a dual challenge for me to keep you awake, thank you, and to keep you excited about what I'm going to talk about. So let me shake you out of your post-lunch siesta. So today, while we talk about AI, various innovations happening, and the progress which the world is making, you will be surprised to learn that there are on an average 3 people dying because of malnutrition and hunger every minute. Can you beat that? I mean, what kind of world is this, where people still go hungry, malnutritioned? And what kind of then technology advances are we making? And hence, the researchers over here, sitting over here, they have a huge responsibility of not just towards themselves, but towards humanity, to apply their knowledge, wisdom, to handle some of the key challenges which humanity is facing. So I spoke about one, malnutrition and hunger. While on one side there is a food shortage, on the other side there is excess of food, which results into losses and wastages. To give you some perspective, USA wastes the amount of food which can feed entire African continent. Imagine that food goes into dustbin and garbage, which could feed a continent. So look at the disparity. Let me wake you up once more. Every 1 degree temperature increase in the climate, now we are talking sustainability, results into 10% yield reduction in crops. So there you are, sufficient challenge for researchers to apply AI into ensuring that the food is produced sufficiently with less resources, distributed before it gets spoiled, and is more nutritious. So that's a big challenge which the humanity is facing. Now today what we'll do is, we'll talk about 4 pillars over here where researchers can contribute, AI can make a difference. And these could end up being some of use cases for you if you want to create IP, innovation, or a business model in itself. So my presentation won't be tech heavy, it would be heavy from the perspective of how do you deploy technology to solve some of the key issues which we as a human race face every day. So these are the 4 pillars we'll talk about. So largely the solution to address food shortage would be decided by these 4 interventions. Now, while by 2050, the population of the world will increase to 10 billion more hungry mouths. The food requirement would go up by 60% of today. We'll have to produce 60% more with 20% less resources, which means the agriculture land would be lost because of various reasons. And end of the day, the climate situation will add to almost 17% reduction in crop yield. So 2 additional billion mouths to feed on one side, 20% yield reductions, 20% land acreage reduction, 17% yield reduction with each degree of temperature rising. So that's a big task. Now what would help us? What technological interventions and where does AI come into solving these issues? So the first thing would be about precision. So since the resources would be less, water would be less, nutrients would be less, cost of food growing would increase, so we'll have to precisely apply, which means we won't be able to look at a huge patch of field and throw the fertilizer, flood the field directly. We'll have to look at plant by plant, precision. We'll have to look at where does the disease or pest attack is. That's where you'll need to apply the treatment for the disease or pest, specific to that patch rather than the whole field, you know. So that's about precision, one example. Now, irrigation, you know, water use on the farm. So almost, let's say, I'll ask one question. I mean, that will ensure that some of you are awake. Are you aware how much water is required to produce 1 kg of rice? Anybody? Of course, you can Google it. How much? Louder. All right. So, rice and sugarcane, 2 water-guzzling crops require almost 3,000 to 5,000 liters of water per kg to produce. Imagine, I mean, average family would be eating what, couple of kgs rice in a week, and that's where, you know, the water gets lost in producing. We also know that India exports rice, but actually we are exporting water. For thousands of millions of tons of rice which we export, imagine the quantity of water that would have gone into use, you know, producing it, and how much is getting exported. So that's where precision comes in. How much to apply, where to apply, when to apply. So that's one, I hope you got the idea that why precision is so important in producing sufficient food. The second one is about, I already mentioned about the losses. So we'll just quickly, you know, run into, yeah. Right. So the losses, right? So almost, I mentioned, you know, around 30% of the food is wasted either on the farm or once it is produced before it reaches the consumer or while it is getting consumed. You know, so these are the 3 areas. So if you add them up, they add up to around 30%. So how do you create, you know, data-empowered decisions to ensure that before the food or the crop produce gets spoiled, how do you divert it, consume it to places where it is needed the most? And that's where price discovery comes in, which means you have a choice of diverting that early stage of food getting spoiled to near markets where it is required, and probably at a lesser price so that it gets quickly consumed and picked up. So that's where price discovery, a lot of data to ensure you sense the moisture, humidity, and various gases which are emitted because of the spoilage. So that's another area. I'll give you one case study where AI we used for ensuring that we avoid losses for the farmers. So during the harvesting season, that huge quantity of food is produced, and it could, when it reaches a factory, for example, for a seed processing factory, the trucks could line up for kilometers. And these thousands of trucks which come into the factory for processing the seed, they start at least 1 week before from different destinations, right? So there is a logistics lead time of a week. There is a waiting time of those hundreds and thousands of trucks at the factory gate. And if you club on an average around 12 to 13 days of waiting from harvest to processing, between those 12 to 13 days, many things can happen. Moisture loss, bacterial activity, infestation in the... So a number of things I'll not go into technical this thing. Number of things would happen which would spoil the produce. And here if you have solutions like, you have sensors which could collect data in terms of humidity, in terms of moisture, carbon dioxide, and various other gases being emitted from the crop. Those are detected, the heat, the surface temperature, ambient temperature. If you are able to correlate all this, you will be able to predict when a truck full load of grain would get spoiled by the time it reaches the factory gate. So you can reroute the truck and change the sequence to come over to the factory gate faster instead of waiting for a couple of days in the end of the queue. You can jump the queue. So we deployed this technology, AI solution, and there was almost 18% of profitability we could improve. Not just the cost reduction, not just the losses, we're talking about 18% profitability, pure profitability, bottom line. So, just one example, and there are a number of ways, you have cold storage supply chains which are all scattered across the geography, and you need to deploy them effectively. So you'll need AI technology to predict in terms of not just losses, but also in terms of consumption pattern in that geography, right? So how fast a cold storage would get emptied. So you could start thinking of how do you build a system where you start routing your produce into that cold storage facility. So the number of applications over there on the supply chain side. And then the other pillar, I think, the third pillar, which is so important, is today for a farmer to look at a new variety of seed which grows. It takes almost 10 to 15 years of research to develop that variety of seed. Now, 10 to 15 years of research is too long in today's world, and that's where AI can come in. Right? That's where instead of doing research on the farmer's field in scattered labs across the country, the research can be done what we call in silicon, on the chip. Right? So you can run many sequence of data to figure out which is the right combination of genome, the parent material, which would give the best yield in a given type of geography. So a lot of work can be done in terms of finding out. So this is like human biology. Like the way drug discovery is done, the way treatment or trials for any vaccines are done. So those are now being done on the chip. So same agriculture also, since it's a live, the seeds are live, and agriculture plants have life, they have cells. So that's how a similar kind of, leverage can be done as far as AI is concerned. So, yes, I also need to talk about, so whatever I spoke to you so far is not imaginary. It's already happening. But then as AI researchers, as students who are learning new innovative technologies, do you see a use case or do you see a business opportunity over here to build solutions for solving some of these issues? So already some technologies are already there, but I think a lot more can be done. Let's look at some of the examples. Already like we all have Aadhaar cards, which is like a unique ID for all of us, right? Similarly, the government has a program where all the farmers in the country will have a unique ID to identify their fields. So each field would have a kind of a Aadhaar card or ID, which would talk about the size of the land, the nutritional availability, how productive is that land, and what can be grown out of it. So, all those, and you know that Aadhaar authentication, how fast that happens. And if you have to run a government subsidy program, or if you have to run a campaign to sell, say, agri-input or anything which is useful for the farmers, you can look at this kind of a farm Aadhaar ID of that plot and identify what would fit well for that market or that geography, and then position your product accordingly. So, there are a lot of business models, a lot of innovation that can be done around this. So, data is available, those infrastructure are available. It's all about now leveraging it and using it to, drive innovation with the help of AI. The other challenges I need to talk about, particularly to help farmers access to innovation and AI tools. In the farm, you don't have very good network. You don't have a good strength of signal. You don't have 4G network. It could be very patchy. And all farmers may not speak the same language. So you need to have a language which is understood by the farmer of that particular geography, and that can communicate with the AI system. So basically the farmer will need to converse in his local language. So already there are startups and innovations happening in terms of helping farmers communicate in their local native language with the chatbots, voice recognition systems, so to help them access advisories, farm inputs, and access to e-commerce for their daily utilization on the farm. So that's another area where a lot can be done. And then, even today, when the government has to disburse relief fund whenever there is a natural calamity, floods, droughts, the farmers need to be supported. So these Aadhaar kind of IDs for the farm, they come in handy. So lot of work happening, and automatically based on geospatial images overlaid by drone images, the government is able to quickly scan and say which farmers are impacted the most, and automatically the subsidies or the relief funds get transferred to the farmer's account without any human intervention. So a number of areas where already work is happening, but how do you convert all this in terms of a very user-friendly interface, and that too which can run on a feature phone or not those high-end phones which the farmers probably would have, right? So those are the challenges for the AI researchers here to solve. So I think these are some of the areas which probably would excite you and encourage you to look at innovation in terms of what contributions you can do, not just by building your IP, but also converting that into business model. And with this, I wish you all the best to come up with very innovative models and technologies as researchers and deploy them for the benefit of humanity. Good luck. Thank you. So any
Yes. One minute. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sri Raju Sharma, sir.
So any questions from audience? Sir completed his BTech in Agri and he has completed MBA Master of Business, and then he instrumental for entrepreneurship in Agri and technology transfer. So if you have any queries, please feel free to ask to Sharma sir.
So who wants to lead in terms of asking or probably clarifying? Unless all of you are sure that the mission of the government, Andhra government, that one entrepreneur per family is possible. And we are in a agri economy, right? 60% of our population directly, indirectly depends on agriculture. So this is an area which throws so much of opportunity. So any questions, please feel free. Otherwise, you have access to my communication. You can reach out. I also support a lot of startups and innovators in terms of funding and helping them build a business around it. So feel free to reach out if you have some brilliant thoughts which you want to vet and take up as a business opportunity, right? So thanks. I think silence means understood.
Thank you very much, Sri Raju Sharma, sir, for your enlightenment and inspiring keynote session. I request Dean Dr. Sudhakar Ilango, Professor Scope, to present the certificate to Dr. Rajiv Kumar, sir.
Yes. Session is on technology.
Now it's my great honor and privilege to introduce Dr. C.B. Chakravarti Sethuraman, a distinguished professor in the School of Computer Science and Engineering at VIT AP University. He earned his PhD after that. Yeah, sure, sir. A slight change. I request our gold sponsors, Quantum Technology Chennai, Samrata Simha, leading quality assurance and quantum networking, Charles Benjamin, solution engineering, architect and network security specialist, to come onto the desk and give your presentation.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Hope you all are having a great day today, exchanging the knowledge, getting the knowledge on AI and other domains. So I'm Samartha Simha from Quantum Networks, leading QA activities and AI initiatives. I have my colleague, Mr. Charles Benjamin, who is a solution architect and a network security specialist. So today we are going to talk something about Wi-Fi and AI. So during lunch hour, so we got someone who asked why we need Wi-Fi and AI, and what is the use of Wi-Fi in AI era, or how Wi-Fi is going to help AI, or AI is going to help Wi-Fi. So this is our topic for today. So moving on with, hope everyone are using the smartphone here. So without knowing, a smartphone or a Wi-Fi device will be doing an invisible activity, which is like, in simple terms, who is there? Who is there in the same room, or how I can connect to them? So this is a simple rule-based activity, which is what Wi-Fi is doing since 1997. So now the thing has got changed. So it is doing something smart judgment activity instead. According to the survey, a recent survey from the National Council of Training and Training Academy, from Internet and Television Association. So the survey says that 90% of our data travels over Wi-Fi. I mean, when we consider a wireless device, a phone or a laptop or any wireless device for that matter, 90% of the data travels over the Wi-Fi. So based on the survey, over 6,000 industry experts says that today the wireless operations are becoming more complex. Yeah, that's true. With AI and Wi-Fi, we can expect many things. So what we are going to cover today, we have a list of topics to talk. So we are not going to have a deep technical sessions. We are going to discuss something which are being used already and which is going to be used and what's coming next. So there are problems too. Using latest technology, we can expect problems too. So that we are going to discuss, and we are going to discuss how AI is going to help Wi-Fi and how Wi-Fi is going to help AI. Here we are going to spend some time comparatively, and followed by who are contributing to the ecosystem and what's coming next. So starting with, let us understand how Wi-Fi and AI grew together. So they are growing parallelly. You can see the early stages of Wi-Fi. It started in 1997. It was a very initial stage for Wi-Fi. So at the bottom line, you can see that AI started with a rule-based mechanism in 1956, followed by the expert system, and in 2012 it turned into a deep learning enhancement. And where exactly the turning point got for the Wi-Fi is in 2019, where it addresses the crowdy environment or a dense environment, accommodating all the devices and more number of devices. So at the same time, we also see something, deep learning, which took out. In 2024, we got Wi-Fi 7 as an enhancement. At the same time, we see generative AI, which is supporting Wi-Fi for a far extent. So now in 2026, both the paths are crossing together. So IEEE has an initiative, they formed a group working on Wi-Fi AI offload mechanism. So soon we are going to see something which is going to be introduced and which we can experience as well. So, yeah, moving with, we have Wi-Fi 8 coming in the future. We can expect a lot more with the combination of Wi-Fi and AI. Yeah, there is a problem using Wi-Fi and AI because AI is not free. Even it is a problem that we can see as two technologies are getting integrated. What we call as Wi-Fi AI paradox. So 98% of wireless leaders are saying the their networks are becoming more complex. And as per the survey from the global wireless enterprise, so 58% of the organizations are facing financial losses due to security issues. And 87% says there is a gap in troubleshooting. So they are not able to visualize or they are not able to experience where exactly the issue is. When people says, my internet is not working, I have connected to the access point, internet is not working, I'm not able to browse, I'm not able to stream, that's really, there could be a scenario where it is not really a Wi-Fi issue. There could be something else, much more than Wi-Fi issue. So that is what we are going to experience as a problem when we have multiple technologies getting integrated. So when I say, as per the survey, so the same percentage of Wi-Fi leaders in the ecosystem, they say 18 hours of, on an average, 18 hours of time is getting wasted in troubleshooting in a wrong way. The approach towards troubleshooting the issues are getting deviated because there is no right direction or a path since the multiple technologies are getting integrated, and we cannot simply just blame it is due to Wi-Fi or it is due to AI. So to have a solution for this, there are multiple things that is going on. There are multiple things which are getting integrated and multiple things which are being invented. So we are going to talk today some use cases where these problems can be solved. So, as mentioned already, Wi-Fi and AI, why they are complete? How they are complementing each other. So we need both AI and Wi-Fi. So in a dense grid area, when we consider how Wi-Fi is helping AI, so Wi-Fi should be faster enough to push the data, collect the telemetry, gather the required data, and push it to the cloud or the dashboard. So where the AI agents can work on it and get the selective data which is required and to give it to the user. So wireless access points or the wireless device acting as edge computing, where all these agentic activities done at the access point and provided to the user. So that is where the Wi-Fi devices are supporting AI. And when it comes to Wi-Fi, how Wi-Fi is supporting AI, what AI is doing for Wi-Fi. So it is helping in gathering the radio frequency events, which are very much required to know the behavior of the Wi-Fi device. Prediction on the wireless failures, either it may be a wireless client or the access point. So what I mean to say is, when there is an issue, we used to analyze it. We used to get to know through the logs or when we started debugging it. So that was the reactive approach what we used to do. Now it is, with the AI, it is a proactive approach. When we use AI with the proper information fed to our AI agents, so they are capable of identifying the failures beforehand and alerts the user that this Wi-Fi device is going to get deactivated or there is some failure with the connection. So all these alerts will help the user to fix the issues easily. And there is something called self-healing. So self-healing is something where AI predicts the abnormalities which are going to occur and provides the solution. The AI agents are going to provide the solution which fixes and avoids the failures before it completely fails this entire system. So we are going to talk about in detail regarding these use cases. So in the following slides, now we will discuss how AI is supporting Wi-Fi in each and every activity. To prove that, we have a couple of use cases. So the first use case is smart band steering. So how do you connect your devices to the Wi-Fi? I mean to say the access point. The wireless devices, first they will search for the immediately available bands. So we have 2.4 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz, and 6 gigahertz in Wi-Fi. So any device, when we turn on Wi-Fi, it directly goes and connects to the faster one, not the better one. Historically, how the band steering was working is, we connect a wireless client to the access point. When the medium becomes dense, or when we see the interference in those channels or the frequency, access point used to decide we need to push, or I need to push the client to the other channel or other band where the interference is less. That was the mechanism. With the AI, it is becoming smarter. Before connecting the client, AI advises or gives the instruction by providing the information that, or redirecting the client to the better band. This is how the bandwidth management is being handled. All this happens at the background and we may not notice. We just say that something is happening. My Wi-Fi is connected, but is my Wi-Fi connected to the better band? Yeah, that is the solution which is we are going to witness, or we are witnessing today. Next comes occupancy count. So since morning, I am witnessing few of the batches are coming in and few of the batches are moving out. Considering that scenario, let's consider we have the access points here and we are connecting to these access points. How will the administrator will come to know who has connected, who came in and connected, and who went out and disconnected? These are all the smart activities which AI agents can do. So AI agents will gather this information for free and give it to the administrators. This happens very quickly, so we don't need any headcounts or manually, or we need any other mechanisms or cameras, any other gadgets to validate who is in the auditorium or who is not. It's like providing the attendance to the administrator. So next comes the conversation network assistant. When there is an issue, what the administrator does, so he goes, checks the logs, he goes look into the device, whether it is active or not. There is a mechanism. So the agentic AI, what it does, through the chatbot, the administrator can issue a simple question in a normal English or in a common man, layman terms, like why my first floor or the second floor or my warehouse Wi-Fi is not working. So we'll get the answer. That is the information we are going to provide to the AI agent to guide us, help us. So AI is not going to replace anybody. AI is going to help us in each and every activities. Now we have something called smart update scheduling. So everyone might have experienced your gadgets or laptops or any other device will be keep getting the updates. Either it may be firmware or driver or OS, any updates. Let's consider in a dense deployment or a huge deployment area. Let's take an example of warehouse or a manufacturing unit or in fact a college campus where we'll have hundreds of thousands of access points or switches or any other devices. If there is an upgrade or any issue has been fixed, which is coming in the latest release, that has to be updated. I cannot update when there is something which is when there is an event going on. Now I cannot update my firmware. We have a live event going on. Every one of us have connected to the access points here. What AI does is, AI will learn the pattern, usage pattern, and the time period, based on which the auto firmware update or the auto OS update will be triggered. This is how we can save time and also data getting lost when there is a live event going on or in a peak hours, peak usage hours. And I cannot pick a random time, say something like 2 a.m. in the night, nobody works. That's not the right way. So the rules or the mechanism that AI is going to use is, it will learn completely, like the random thing will not work. There should be some specific time which it should suggest and helps in upgrading the firmware. So that is how AI is going to work in Wi-Fi domain. So next use case, we'll talk about the guest personalization. I hope every one of you might have visited any event for sure, and the hotels or the restaurants, coffee day, anything for that matter. When you ask for, do you have Wi-Fi connection? Yeah, of course, they provide you the Wi-Fi. When you start connecting to the Wi-Fi, you see a form getting popped up saying, asking for the credentials. So there will be multiple users, say the visitors, the guests, the VIPs. By providing these information, AI will gather all this information and make a list and prioritize based on the guest access levels. And if it is a frequent visitor, AI will not provide the form itself. That's how the mechanism works. So that is going to be a seamless connection for the user. No, it's a hassle-free, no tension of providing the password, the username, the selection of guest type, and all these things. Yeah, with this, I'm closing this topic, this section, how AI is going to Wi-Fi. I call up my colleague, Mr. Charles, to take up the next section. He's going to talk about how Wi-Fi is going to help AI, and followed by the next sections. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumant. That was a great insight. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Charles, and I'm from Quantum Networks. I'm going to talk about Wi-Fi for AI. I want you all to consider this for a minute. AI is not a threat to any of us, engineers specifically, who is involved in learning technology. AI is just another software that's going to help you grow, help you make money. Now, with that, we heard a lot of sessions from people speaking about the AI architecture itself, solutioning, the applications at certain verticals. Now, I'll be talking about how this vertical of Wi-Fi can integrate with AI and give us a better connectivity, because connectivity becomes the primary source for any communication. As we speak, there's petabytes of data that could even be generated from this space that we live, right? Just from the city, Vijayawada, there could be a petabytes of data transaction that's happening every now and then. Now, most of these data transactions are happening via two mediums, either on the LAN, which is via wired connection, or it could be on a Wi-Fi, which is a wireless connection. A LAN connection, which becomes so easy to trace because it's all about a cable, you can track a cable, but what about Wi-Fi? What about the need for a mobility? Because that becomes essential for us to communicate wherever we are, right? So with this, I'll start with quoting this. AI is just not an answer. It needs the eyes to see, it needs the ears to hear, and it needs a space or a medium to communicate, because there's a lot of components involved, right? So we are closer in getting Wi-Fi to AI to make this possible, to build a platform to communicate. So now let's understand the data plane, right? Wi-Fi becomes the AI's nervous system. What do you mean nervous system? Each and every sensors that is deployed in this campus or in this world, these sensors needs a medium to transfer its data to someone. It could be an AI server who is wanting those raw data to process and compute in its own language, whatever language that it decides to. Now, I'll also give you an example of a robot deployed in a manufacturing plant. These robots have multiple sensors, pressure sensors, temperature sensors, the proximity sensors to detect someone who's approaching the machine, right? So all these sensors need a backbone to transfer its data that is collected. And here we come with Wi-Fi to have this data transaction so seamless. It matters a lot when you think of this use case where Wi-Fi in an area and a machine along with a human. A human and a machine has to have this interaction through which Wi-Fi comes in and enables the user to access the machine via a various communication method, one of which is Wi-Fi. Now, both of which coming together to have a data transaction, so Wi-Fi becomes a medium for that. Smart IoTs and sensors. How many of you all know this use case of doorbell cameras? That could be deployed at your house. We have parents living, elderly parents, who does not know who is coming into the house just because by saying your name, the person is already inside, right? Even a delivery person to that fact. If this doorbell cameras are installed at your house and the delivery agent walks into your doorstep, and he will never be able to allow inside or access anything towards your door, through the door, unless he verifies himself, right? Now, there's a sensor sitting at the backside of the door, and these sensors are somehow connected to the Wi-Fi. And there's a person who's inside their house, possibly, or he might be outside the house, somewhere at his workplace. Now, he must authenticate the person who's coming in to allow him inside. Now, how does that happen? Because of the sensors who's able to transfer the data, the image processed by the agent, right? When he stands in front of the camera, the image is captured, and that captured images is forwarded to the owner of the house and asks whether this person is authorized to be inside or not. Now, this transaction can only happen if you have a communication in, right? So that's where Wi-Fi comes in, on a smart sensors and IoT platforms. This is just a use case. You can think of various such use cases that comes into your mind. And then I want to talk about the agents and co-pilots. Now, let's make it more interesting. So now there's a delivery agent who's at the doorstep, wants to drop some package. And now a owner is affirming that if it's my package or somebody else's package. Now this agent co-pilot sitting on the application, on the AI, can trigger a question to that agent: can you reaffirm the order ID to confirm if that is my order or not? Because what happens if a wrong package is delivered? That goes through another chaos. So a co-pilot sits behind these AI models, questioning whether this belongs to me or not. Right? That's how the application of AI agents and co-pilots works in real-time scenarios. And connected facilities. So even when we speak, in the beginning of this meeting, there was a small distortion on the connectivity, right? I don't know how many of you were there and how many of you did observe that. So this connectivity, the network connection was buffering. And why does that happen? When I open my Zoom or when I open my Teams to have a virtual connect, the network should be stable enough, and the network should dynamically allow the user to do a transaction on a virtual media. And how that happens is by using the facility and building the model with AI to bring into intelligence. Now, the flip side of it is 36% of the organization report compromisation of IoT and OT networks. What can go wrong if I compromise my IoT and OT network is machines can listen to only one single person at a time. If somebody tries to hack, the machine is already compromised. And with that compromise, you might either allow the user to steal the data or malfunction the entire system. Now let's look at Wi-Fi sensing. The network becomes a sensor. Now, let's understand if a machine in a manufacturing plant or a robot who is moving across these logistics or machines. To have a vision, there's a sensor that is required, a camera, a vision. And also upon that, there is going to be another agent or sensing device that's going to transmit this data to the server hosted on the cloud or elsewhere. Now, how come Wi-Fi become a sensing medium in this use case? It could be very simple and easy to understand when we understand the Wi-Fi as a technology itself. As per IEEE 802.11bf, published in the year 2025, September, it standardized how Wi-Fi radios read and understand the patterns. Okay? Now, there could be a machine in a hospital that is roaming between patients to capture certain data. That machine becomes the end sensor. And that machine transfers the data to the Wi-Fi, and Wi-Fi transfers it to the AI servers. And in that way, the server must respond back to the end machine with some actionable items. Why does that correlate? Now think of this. A Wi-Fi which can sense the presence of a person and mark what he's supposed to do on that particular patient can deliver the productivity in a faster rate. That's one of a use case. There could be various use cases that I can bring. If I want to move my hand, if I want to move at a speed, the distance, the speed which I travel, everything can be sensed by the Wi-Fi. And why that is important? Let's say that the warehouse has a sharp corner. There's one human walking from this corner, and the other side there's a robot which is carrying some heavy lifting and walking towards the opposite direction of the user. Both are having a blind spot. Now with Wi-Fi, what happens is Wi-Fi can track the speed of the user because of its interference that we all considered to be a barrier till date is now being evolved to be a data for the Wi-Fi itself. Right? So a user walking towards the machine and the machine walking towards the user, they meet at a common point, and that could be a collision point. Now this data, a Wi-Fi, can actually sense at what speed the user is coming towards the machine, and it can trigger an action to the robot itself to stop or to slow down so that they don't collide. That's the real-time use case that we speak. So similarly, there's various other use cases. All I want to try to make you understand is that AI does not, AI does not evolve by itself. It needs a medium to evolve. And one of such medium is Wi-Fi, as we consider. So to be frank enough, we have almost spent 20 years to detect the interferences by a human body, and that was being considered as a bad thing for Wi-Fi. But now that dynamics has changed. The same interference can help detect AP, the movements of the human, at what speed, at what distance. That makes it possible because of the same interference. With that, I'm going to bring my next slide. Now, this is the advancement that I want to talk. So, AI at the edge computing, the access point becoming the AI edge for tomorrow's world. So, there's going to be a client device, and there's going to be a medium for a communication, which is Wi-Fi, and there's going to be an AI server somewhere hosted in the cloud. These transactions are having multiple hops, provided if there's only 3 such hops. If there's multiple hops, depending on various use cases, there's going to be multiple levels of data transfer happening in the network. And this becomes very mission critical for certain use cases where the time sensitive reactions is to be taken. Now, if I offload those light-weighted interference to the Wi-Fi itself, that becomes AI-driven Wi-Fi with smart capabilities, or a Wi-Fi-driven AI with unmatched capabilities. That's what we speak. So there's going to be two to three different components that we speak. One is the client end machine, the Wi-Fi, which can tomorrow become the agent for the AI server itself, and then the AI for large computing. And all of these put together becomes a wonderful solution. And why that is so important is because latency critical missions or latency critical traffic has to be addressed on time. Otherwise, there's going to be a huge chaos or an impact. And also, backhaul cost. So you are thinking of a cost to save, right? It becomes very CapEx investment for enterprise owners to invest on technology which has multiple components. Now we narrow down that components from 6 to 7 hops to just 3 hops, where Wi-Fi can do a lightweighted interference to help AI to roll out an actionable item. And with that, I want to bring my next slide, which talks more about business. I hope most of you are not just focused on technology. With technology, most of us are also looking at a business model, right? So by integrating Wi-Fi with AI, I see a lot of business leaders, investing on this aspect of Wi-Fi, when combined with AI, brings a value to the business by reducing the mission time to respond or react or repair itself. So the first thing is the faster MTTR with using Wi-Fi and offloading the Wi-Fi agent to the box, the hardware. Right? Second thing is the higher return on investment. For people who are technology driven and also wants a good return on investment, here we have the 63% of higher average wireless for organizations combining AI, automation, and security. Of course, there's going to be another aspect to look at what this AI can compromise on the security. Nevertheless, the AI algorithms are also written to mitigate those security challenges that is forecasted by all the experts, industrial experts. And with that, the return on investment also towards security will be very good. And then the the other one is the lower OPEX. Operational expenses becomes a challenge these days to address the problem real time, and there's not going to be an SLA defined for each and every kind of a problem. The problem, be it a small problem or a big problem, if we are able to troubleshoot, we're able to fix it within few minutes. That's the key takeaway. That's what the technology should be offering us. Otherwise, that's of no use. And the experience, of course. Experience is something that we speak. Now, in the beginning of my presentation, I spoke about the Google Meets or the Teams Meet, right? Now, someone who's standing at this podium trying to do a video conference call or trying to present something on the screen, where a lot of audience is waiting for this presentation. Now, this is going to be a bad experience if the systems fail to communicate well, if the systems fail to interact with the human. Now, with agentic AI or the AI itself, the model, it gives you a preemptive measures to counterattack these kind of hidden problems. So this agents or the sensors can just track whether this application is accessible at wire speed, if this particular ports are blocked or allowed in your network. So tomorrow, before someone comes and presents, the network is already ready for them. The backbone is already ready for them. That's the kind of use case that we can achieve for the better experience. And also the new revenue paths. AI as an open model, it gives you a lot of opportunities to work on various different verticals or the domains. And Wi-Fi is one of them to look at, because for every communication that goes through on the internet, there's a backbone, and that backbone belongs to networking. So now I would like to give an insight about who's building this ecosystem. When I talk of a networking enterprise, OEMs or customers who are looking at these models, these kind of applications, who's building this ecosystem is the standard bodies, the platform vendors, the silicon and the devices, and the research community. I would like to now hand over the session to Samad to give you more insights on these topics. Sir, over to you. Thank you.
So we don't have much slides. The last two slides will complete. So all we wanted to conclude is, when there is an emerging technology, so there are a lot many contributors involved. From the scratch, like researchers, until it reaches the market. So even end user is one of the contributor for that matter. So here in this slide, we are just wanted to, make you understand how in an ecosystem, for a technology, the contributions will be done. So we have the standard bodies. Hope you guys all might have already, understood several standard bodies like IEEE and Wireless Broadband Association and Wi-Fi Alliance. So for a product, Wi-Fi product to be in market, Wi-Fi Alliance certification is one of the boost, I can say, or the turning point where if I say, hey, our device is Wi-Fi certified, our device has a Wi-Fi logo, than just pitching my product without Wi-Fi logo. So that is a, logo or a standard that is a standard thing what is running in the market today. So we are into it. We are the Wi-Fi Alliance members. So we are building the Wi-Fi Alliance testbed at our premises. We are validating all our access points against the Wi-Fi Alliance defined test plans. And then we are letting our products into the market. So platform vendors, including Quantum, many other platform vendors are into the, in this race, contributing to the AI. So we have silicon devices. The chipset makers are the silicon vendors, what we call. So even they are contributing in, developing chipsets which are capable of handling or helping in getting upgraded with latest technologies like 802.11bf, which is wireless sensing, which Charles has already discussed. And the research communities, there are several colleges and the students who goes out and start researching for a new, ideas and implementing those. And apart from that, we also have the standard bodies like NIST and IEEE for that matter. So all this combining, we are going to, we can witness a new technology or contributing to the technology which is already existing. The whole point was to bring this slide here is to say that no technology is going to replace anyone, and no technology is going to snatch a job or ideas of anybody. So it is like contributing to the world, or it is like contributing to the ecosystem. So everybody involved in this ecosystem who is going to contribute and go together or move together in parallel. So the whole idea is to say how two technologies are complementing each other and supporting each other and getting themselves evolved, supporting the community. So what comes next is we have a new technologies which are going to come in place in near future, which is Wi-Fi 8 and fully agentic network combining AI and Wi-Fi. So AI RAN convergence, this is something related to the cellular network, which will have both. For an example, if we say Wi-Fi cellular plus AI, just imagine how it is going to be. The AI is going to help in your cellular networks, AI is going to help in your Wi-Fi network, and again, Wi-Fi is going to help AI, and you already know there is a Wi-Fi and cellular handoff, vice versa, which is happening today. So all these data matters for AI to support each of the technology, as AI is going to gather the information, the telemetry, the patterns, the usage. All these are the inputs for the AI to support the other technologies. Yeah. We are going to conclude this talk. We just wanted to highlight this punching line here. Wi-Fi gave AI its sense, and AI is giving Wi-Fi its mind. So we use to ask Wi-Fi to carry frames. So in network, we say, considering the technology, for wired we say packets, and for wireless we say frames. So we used to ask Wi-Fi to carry frames. Now it carries judgment. In the sense, combining AI providing these insights. That is the smart judgment we are highlighting here. And we used to ask AI to answer. So we have already experienced, and we have already seen since morning discussing about different versions of AI emerging from the beginning to the agentic AI till now. So there is something called prompt AI as well. So we used to use AI till now for getting some answers by providing some questions or the doubts what we had. Now what we ask AI is to act at a speed of a single frame, Wi-Fi frame. So if my Wi-Fi device sends a single frame, I ask AI to go and monitor the frame. Let me know the behavior. That is how AI and Wi-Fi are growing together and helping each other. So with this, we would like to conclude this talk, and thanks a lot for providing this stage to share the thoughts and the ideas.
Thank you very much for the insightful and engaging presentation. We would also like to express a sincere gratitude to Quantum Technology Chennai for being a gold sponsor for the conference. Our generous support has played a significant role in making the event successful. And now I would request Dean Dr. Sudhakar Ilango, Professor Scope, and Associate Dean Dr. Saroj Kumar Sir to present a token of appreciation with a shawl and a momentum.
It's their laptop. It's their laptop. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks once again for coming to VD. Thank you.
And has also served as a visiting professor at the University System of New Hampshire, USA. As the director of the Centers of Excellence at VIT AP, he has also led innovative projects, including an advanced 3D printed humanoid robot, and actively contributes to the global research community through his editorial roles in reputed Springer journals and leading cybersecurity magazines. His enterprises and dedication have earned him several recognition, including the DST Fellowship, and his lecture series has also been featured on NPTEL. Now I request Dr. C.B. Chakravarti sir to give the valuable presentation.
Kids. Yeah. Could you please be seated? It's the last session. Okay. Sir, can you tell them just they occupied? Okay, so let's start the last session. So today I'm here to talk on what is AI currently, and what are the current advancement which is going on, and what could be the possible tech standards, how it is getting governed, and also I'll be completely talking about the real-time use case, what we have been working and what we have built so far. Okay, so that's what I'm just going to start with. And so I'm the director of Centers of Excellence. So here we have formed a separate strategic approach for our Center of Excellence. So we name all together as TRIAC, right? So what we are is, we are trust-based, completely resilient, and also intelligence, automation, and finally we are operating on cloud. So altogether it forms a TRIAC, and it is one of a very active research lab in VIT-AP University. So how many of you know about the Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence, Cyber Security, and Internet of Things all together in a single stretch in second floor? How many of you know it? So very few hands. Okay, not a problem. So you should know and you should understand the legacy of what you've been here. Okay, so it's fine. Okay, so so this is a very quick introduction about me. So I'm the founder and CEO of Digital Fortress Private Limited. So, and other two startups as well. And I'm also heading a position of Director Centers of Excellence. And I'm also a professor in Scope Department. And rest of the other thing, I think during my introduction, ma'am have informed me about. Okay, so out of all, so I'm a great fan and follower of Andrew Ng. So how many of you are aware of, or how many of you know who is Andrew Ng? Andrew Ng? Okay, so how many of you are interested to take up a job role, particularly in AI and AI related tech? Could you please raise your hands? Hey, again, still very less number of count. I thought of showing some demonstration and other things so that it will make you to know how impactful the current AI standards and AI techs are. Okay. So Andrew Ng is again one of the greatest professors. Even you can call him as father of machine learning. So he's the one who started. Okay, so he's the one who started machine learning and deep learning, and he's the one, even you can call him as inventor of deep learning. Okay, so because I initially started his course in the year 2016-17, and basically I am a cyber security guy. So I just want to put up the things with how AI can be hacked and what makes the AI system to abuse or self-harm itself. That's where we started, and that's how I just started exploring. And the first thing which was recommended to me was Andrew Ng by my professor from IIT Madras. So then he's the guy. Why I like him very much is, right, so he goes with some math. Okay, so his lectures were very interesting. Okay, if you want, you can check it out in Coursera. Okay, so most of the time he have a statement. What? Okay, it's not getting displayed. Okay, try to adjust with the screen because there is some problem, it seems, with my HDMI. Okay, or else I'll hold like this. Okay, so this is the statement always he says. Okay, so if you don't get the concept, don't worry. Okay, so this is somewhat a good thing, right? Because most of his lectures, right? So he deals all the complex problem very nicely and easily. Okay, so now you have ChatGPT and all the other LLM models and all the other stuffs on your hands with just a few prompt, okay, or with few keywords you can get what information you are expecting, okay. But think of the days where there is no these LLMs and other models, okay. Everything has to be human made, okay. There is no Gen AI, there is nothing, no content related to AI. So everything was completely by a human, okay. So at the time, he is the one who initiated the building blocks of machine learning. Then it went to deep learning, and then lot of rise happened. So then NVIDIA comes into the picture with a very advancement. Initially, they focused more towards gaming cards. So then they converted those gaming actions into graphical part, and then comes with neural processing, tensor processing, and now vector processing, scalar. Now it is going like anything. Okay, that's how it got evolved. Okay, so this is a general disclaimer. I'm just skipping it out. Okay, so I just want to acknowledge one thing. So if there is any inaccuracy in the talk, so it completely corresponds to myself. Okay, and it's not related to any of the lab or the university. Okay, so VIT super intelligent utility. So how many of you are aware of this? How many of you are aware of this? Only one? Anyone else? So all of you are first year students? No, second year, third year, final year, third year or second year? Third year? Okay, I assume 60% count is third year. Okay, that's great. Okay, so this was completely built by us. We built a humanoid in the year 2018-19. Okay, so again, if you want to know about a detailed architecture and how we built it, so you can check out the research article which is there in the online. Or if you want to know, or if you want to explore the current humanoid what we have done, okay, you can come to our lab and we can give you a walkthrough of the current humanoid what we are building now. Okay, so this is the next generation one. So what makes Visu and Visu NG differ is, so Visu NG completely, both the humanoids are completely 3D printed. Okay, so Visu NG completely goes with a material called ABS, and it has more than 300 granular part. And again, it incorporates the basic vision algorithms. Because since I said it's on 2018-19, so at the time there was an algorithm called Mask RCNN. So how many of you are aware of this? Mask RCNN. No idea. Any idea about YOLO? YOLO? Have you heard about this particular terminology, whatever I'm saying? YOLO, FOMO. Okay. So, okay, let me tell you what these models are. Okay, these models are basically object detection models. Okay, so Mask RCNN is somewhat heavy weighted, and in 2018, that is one of the robust model which were available in the marketplace. Okay, as a open source. Okay, at the time deep learning was evolving. Okay, so then what we did was we took the open data and scraped data, and we also appended those with Cocoa. At the time, Microsoft Cocoa was a limited one with 50 or 60 plus objects, not more than that. But now it has a majority of objects, right? So have you heard about Cocoa dataset? Microsoft Cocoa dataset, any idea? Okay, fine. So just explore it. Okay. So then we created our own model to run on Visu. So it has a single camera mounted to one eye. I think it's on the left eye. Okay. So then it has a different servo motors. So I think HSB series we have used, and also it has a NLP engine completely built with a framework called Rasa. At the time there is no ChatGPT or anything. And this Rasa framework, what it does is, so now if you go to any LLM, so what would be the order of reverse or reply query? So let us say you go with the interaction with LLM, say for ChatGPT. You are initializing a conversation, okay? So now it is giving you a reply. So from the reply, again you are querying. Likewise, how many times you can go? What is the maximum count you can go with the conversation with ChatGPT? This is not a technical question, it's a very generic question. You are using ChatGPT, right? I hope all of you are using ChatGPT, right? It's a very well-known LLM model which is introduced to the global. So it goes up to N, right? There is no restriction of, okay, again, what you can do is you can switch between multiple conversation also. You can initiate multiple conversation and you can switch between one to other. That is also possible. Yes or no? Do you agree with me? Right? So now, say for example, you are doing a conversation and again, you are leaving the conversation. Again, you are coming back and you are reinitiating. Again, it will give you the same reply. Where you left off, that will be taken as a current choke point, and from there, it will start giving you a reply. That's how it works. Yes or no? How it is happening? It's happening because they introduce a component called memory, right? So, and again, how much amount of things you are searching, inferences and all these things, it will try to store it, and based on that, it will try to understand, and the next time, it is not going to ask you any other further information. So now, what happens, right? So ChatGPT, if you go to my ChatGPT, and you just to say, create a professional letter, this is the context to whom? Automatically, it will fill with everything, because ChatGPT knows that I work on based on my previous queries. I work on here, I work on V8 AP, I lead a center here, and this is what so and so, right? So that is what it's happening, but when it in olden days it was not there. So let me come back to Visu. Okay, as I said, it was built on a framework called Rasa. So Rasa is completely intent-based, right? So the model, what we have incorporated or implemented, can answer up to fourth order query. So fourth order query in the sense, first you are querying something and it is giving you a reply. From the reply you are initiating a question. Likewise, it can go up to 4 orders. So say for example, fourth order, it gave up to 45% of accuracy. It was pretty decent at the time. I'm talking about the scenario in 2018-19 where there is no ChatGPT or nothing. So then what happened was, so then pandemic came and then Visu got destroyed, and then what we thought is, why can't we make a humanoid with the current tech stack? So then what we did is we built Visu NG, right? So then we incorporated LLMs and LLM inference, all these things into the humanoid, and again it can give you an answer. So I'll just go for a quick demonstration. You can see how the things works. Okay, so audio is not coming, I think so. No speaker. Okay, so there is no speaker unit over here. Okay, so, but I'll just explain you what exactly it does is, okay. So it has an emotional intelligence, it understands who the person who is interacting, and again it also has a memory, and it also has a facial authentication system incorporated to it. It understands, it authenticates, and based on that, again it also has a memory. Like what you have with ChatGPT, the same thing this also has, right? So it can wave, and it can be a good companion to you, right? So this was completely from zero, we built it in our V8 AP University, okay? So the previous one also the same. So completely 3D printed here and built over here, okay? So in the same lab in 222, okay? So this is a comparison. So how Visu NG is different from Visu. I'm just moving forward. Okay. So I'm depicting an image over here, right? Yes or no? Can you able to see the image here? So what exactly this image is about? What is this image basically? What is this image? It's basically a aircraft. So even if you classify the aircraft, what exact category this aircraft belongs to? It is a fighter jet. Maybe it's a fighter jet. What would be the timeline? What would be the timeline? This is not a F series or J series. It's a very old, right? Approximately 80 to 90 decades ago, or at least 70 decades ago. Okay, so I assume that it's going to be a timeline of World War II. Okay, so now what happens, so this is one of the important use case I just want to discuss, because you should know, or you should understand which part is very, very important for building an AI system. Okay, from the morning, most of the speakers, or even in your classrooms, faculties might be covering about the point. Okay, they might be teaching you about the models and how to build a model and how to architect a model and how to deploy it. Okay, so all these things, and out of all, so what makes a model more robust? Is it the architecture, or is it a deployment part, or it's a hardware where it is running? What makes your model more robust? Can anyone answer for this question? So because since you said it's third year, can someone? What makes a model more robust? Just to throw a stone, someone with a notebook, they'll hit with the same stone. Okay, so just putting everything in a notebook, running it in a Colab or Kaggle, and taking a Kaggle data set, running and again claiming that you are an AI engineer. No. ChatGPT, Claude, these tools can do it better than us. Do you agree? So then what makes a model more robust? Data. Okay, data is one part. That's great. So this particular use case is also going to emphasize why data is very, very important. How you interpret the data, that matters a lot. Okay, so let us assume this particular use case as the current scenario. Okay, so I am, all of you are my naval officers. You are working on handling this fighter jets, bases and all these things. Okay, I am calling you, all of you, and I am asking you, I want to make a next gen aircraft which should withstand in the battlefield, because at the time the damage caused by the air attack is more when compared to sending a troop or sending a tanker. So it made a more collateral when compared to troops or the tanker. So now what happens? So I want you to create a new next-gen aircraft. So what could be the possible data points you will try to collect from it? So first thing, the weight part is very, very important. So the aircraft has to be light so that it can carry more payloads rather than it is getting more weight up. Okay, so because assume the scenario, it was during the time World War II. Okay, so World War II means obviously it is in between 1940s or something, right? In between 1935 to 45, in between. Okay, so now what could be the possible thing? So now what you are going to do is the same scenario what I have given is given to the people over there by Nazi commander. So they went there and they checked all the flights which returned to the base. And what they started plotting is these scientists. Okay, so started plotting where there were bullet holes, because there will be a bullet hitting on the particular plane, right? Because at the time there is no missiles or anything. So it was just a machine gun. Okay, so machine gun, someone will be sitting and they will be firing. So now what they did is they started tracking what are the major parts which is hit by the bullet. Okay, so this finally they come up with the projection of all the bullet points hitting on hitting on all the aircraft, and they projected all the data points in one particular aircraft, and this is what I have given here. So now you have all the data points projected in a single aircraft, and I'm now asking you to create a next gen aircraft. So now, which are the parts you will secure in this scenario? Which are the parts you will secure? Whether you can able to see here, these are all the points where bullet hits. So red dots denotes bullet hit points. Okay. So whether you will secure where there are bullet holes, or we will secure where there is no bullet holes. Which one you will try to secure, so that your aircraft will withstand more time in your battlefield? No bullet holes. Okay, but the answer to this question is you have to protect the spaces where there is no bullet holes, because these aircraft, even after, see the places where there are bullet holes. Okay, so even after hitting in those places, these aircrafts return to the base. Okay, and if you look at the places where there is no bullet holes, it does not mean that the bullet never hit that. Okay, so if the bullet hit in those places, those planes never return to the base. Either they might have collided or bursted or exploded in the air or somewhere. Okay, so interpretation of a data is very, very important when you start building the model. Okay, so you cannot generalize all the models. Okay, so data plays a very crucial role. Okay, so now let us dive deep into some more additional things. Okay, have you heard about the terminology called artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning? Okay, other than this, what are the learning terminologies you might have heard? Intelligence terminologies. So reinforcement learning, okay, federated learning, those things leave it. Intelligence part. Have you ever heard about any other terminologies other than artificial intelligence? Any idea? Because this particular question is everywhere you go to a A-related talk or a workshop or FDP, so this question will, for sure, at least one speaker will ask, and he will try to answer it. So will AI intelligence take the human intelligence? Why the same question everywhere? Is it going to happen? So who we are? We are evolved monkeys, right? So as per the Darwin's theory, we are evolved monkeys. So Homo sapiens. So we are not only Homo sapiens evolved in this earth. There are a lot, but we still evolved. We survived. Okay. So now, whenever you see something, you can able to see multiple colors, right? Yes or no? Can you able to see multiple colors? So how these colors are getting into visibility? It's all over the evolution of your human brain. It got wired. Okay. So okay, now, have you ever seen a small kid taking a mobile phone, operating everything very quickly? The same intelligence what you have, the same kid who just born 1 or 2 years back has the same. Have you ever wondered how? You never thought what exactly it is, but how their brains are tuned to it. That's what the evolution. Okay, so the answer for this question is same. We got evolved, right? So artificial intelligence to take up the human race is not recent times. It will take a very long time. Okay, so the people will talk about quantum, right? So quantum, very, very preliminary research is happening. So hardware side, it's a very poor development, not that bigger enhancement. Very few companies are without a public hardware experience. They are claiming that they achieved quantum. So IBM or whatever it is. I don't want to name the names, but still they are without public access, right? So most of the time, finally it comes for a TPU based or some tensor based access only, not bigger than that. Okay, so now let's go with the other part. Okay, so have you heard about these terminologies, ANI, AGI, ASI? ANI, basically it should be AI vs ANI vs AGI vs ASI. Have you ever heard of it? No idea? Okay. So ANI stands for Artificial Narrow Intelligence, AGI stands for Artificial General Intelligence, ASI stands for Artificial Super Intelligence. Okay. So the current ANI, the narrow intelligence what we are having now is whatever you are witnessing. So ChatGPT, whatever you consider, the LLM models which have been released recently. So everything comes into this particular categorization. Okay. So AGI, general intelligence, very exact intellectual like a human. That's what people are talking. So AGI, again, research is going on. Then comes ASI, super intelligence. So which can overtake the human. Hypothetical. So there is no proper validation, but still R&D is happening. I'm not saying no. R&D is still happening. Okay. So now, okay. So let's come to the part. Okay, how many of you are aware of Fable? Mythos? Because since I'm a security guy, so I was most concerned about these things. Only very few hands are Claude, Mythos. Hey, you can do anything, man. See, if you are clever and smart enough, you should have done anything of your choice now, as of now. You can build anything of your choice. That's what Fable is capable of. Okay. So, can you name any one powerful model which you know as of now? You are using ChatGPT, right? 5.6. Okay, 5.60. Then? Opus, okay, Sonnet, okay. So there are a lot of Quen, lot of models are there. Okay, out of all, why everyone is having a serious concern, or why everyone is pinpointing or talking about Fable? Hey, don't commonly say that security, man. So what is the security issue with it? Tell me. So can you have a mic? Can you give the mic?
Yeah, sir. So the Fable model was so well developed for coding. Like generally they developed for we have vibe coding tools, so they developed it in such a way that it outperformed the same model and started behaving better in cybersecurity sector also. So that's why people are concerning, and it's such a way.
Great. So, good answer. Okay, I'll tell you why Fable is scarier. Okay. So, whatever the model you are talking about, right? So, they talk about a billion parameters, right? So, that's how it got evolved. Okay. So, now if you take the earlier version of ChatGPT, so if you ask a query, if it is not having inference of it, what it will reply? I have only a trained data sequence up to so-and-so year. Have you ever witnessed this? During your earlier days of ChatGPT, maybe in the first year or when you are in intermediate or 12th, right? So I am trained only with data up to 2021. I don't have this particular information cut off. Now what happens? Then they introduce RAG. Okay, it starts searching the other source, right? So then it come up with one consolidated thing which will satisfy the user. Accordingly, user gets satisfied and assume the content is trustable. Okay, so misinformation and disinformation from AI is also playing a very major role in current scenario. Okay, so you have to be very careful in this particular aspect. But now, assume your AI intelligence, say artificial narrow intelligence, which is going to give you a more accurate than any other model with trustable score or trust score. So this is what the serious issue is. Okay, the number of parameters is almost 6 trillion. Okay, and also it has a guided sequence of trained parameter metrics, right? So mixture of experts. So it can activate itself as an expert and it can go. So it's not only about the cybersecurity. So cybersecurity was much concerned because there was a loss, either in terms of financial or anything. Okay. So now let me come to the particular perspective. Okay. So if you take the perspective of cybersecurity, okay. So initial phases, right? So most of the company float for different bug bounty programs. But now if you look into it, right? So it was a huge number of submission. Okay, so even I will tell you, even I thought of sharing you one experience, what I am investigating now with another company. Okay, so how I am using this AI tech for forensic analysis, particularly on cloud, AWS and other services. So that I will share with you. Okay, but I cannot show you lively because still the investigation is going on. But I can share you the experience how the threat actor got into and how it got evolved. Okay, so a simple example of Fable, why it is carrier. So 50 million lines of Ruby code, right? So over a day it built. Okay, now think of anything. Okay, just you ideate something, you build it. Okay, out of all it's scalable. Out of all it's really scalable. Because initially I also thought that, okay, so these vibe coded models, again it is going to stuck at one point. So even I experienced with 2 or 3 application use case, which is successfully running with more than 20,000 hits per day, even sometimes per quarter hour, first 4 hours, 9 to 11 or 9 to 12. Okay, so it's completely vibe coded. So I didn't do anything, I just prompted to build your entire software. Okay, that's the reason this particular model was a bit scary. So now still it is getting evolved. Okay, so now Claude started crying that Alibaba have taken almost all the result summary with free accounts and all. That again, the Chinese models will come up with again better model than Fable. So that is not going to, because it's a race. Again and again they come up with all new entries. Okay, so again, one more thing I just want to give a quick demo. So before proceeding to other thing. Okay, so okay. So how threat intel is going to help in terms of live exposure audit? So this was built by one of our AR student, so called Rikil. Okay, so this particular agent I used it for one of my talk which I delivered in CBI. Okay, so now I'll just go for a quick demonstration. So how this thing works. So how many of you are in Reddit? What is this, man? Okay, so how many of you are following V8 AP page? That's great. Okay, we'll go with the same. Okay, this is who is this man? They changed it. This is our old VC sir. Okay, previous VC sir. Okay. Hey, it's all about technology and how the technology is being used. Okay. So, this fellow. Okay, so 2020, sorry, 1 minute. 764 comment, okay, he's an old user. So let me copy this username. Okay. So I thought they are asking me to stop the demo. Okay, so now what this is going to do is it de-anonymizes the particular person, because Reddit completely goes with complete anonymity, right? Yes or no? Are you using a real username and username in your Reddit? Oh, I don't think so. So discard also, right? So discard all of your channels, right? Okay, so some of GIFs, I am also there. Okay, that's I feel very happy. Okay, so now we'll analyze a exposure audit on this particular account. Let us see what's happening. It started. Okay, so now you see the identity. Okay, so you may think that it's just what you are posting in social media and other things. We cannot investigate, because with the current tech, So correlation and aggregation of your data can expose anyone. That's what, this is one proof of it. Okay, so now if you look into it, right, so this particular guy so has 100 plus public items. Okay, so now if you look into it, so he's revealing some identity over here, and user is likely to live in Vijayawada. Okay, so possibly he might be an incoming fresher, right? So he has a routine of 60 kilometers. So all these things I can run it on internal, and I can filter it out in my internal RAG, which is running on my local DB. And finally I can take down who are the users who are, but I won't do it. But there is a possibility. Okay, leave this particular situation. Think of this guy. Okay, so okay, think of this guy. So again, this is also a student. Again, he's totally anonymous, but he's commenting like PMS scholarship. So how many of the kids are getting PMS scholarship here? If you want to track them down, how long it will take for us? At least once in a while, you might have used your mobile data and your Wi-Fi jointly or correlatingly switching between one or other, right? That is sufficient for us to get your firewall log. Okay, so the NIST standard, 2 years of firewall logs are already been there, because that's much storage we do have. Okay, so then and there, what is your remedy for this? What could be the possible remedy you are trying to go with? So every abusive post, you want to go with rotating your accounts so that you maintain your anonymization forever. Is it so? Okay. So, okay, I just want to cover this, how AI into politics. Because I come from a state called Tamil Nadu, okay, but it was unfortunate now. It's okay, but meeting is getting recorded, so I don't want to reveal anything. So let me go and let me skip it out. Okay, so let's come to the application use case. I just want to give you experience. So it's not about robots, it's not about humanoids. So we also build a system to it, okay. So WinCX, it's basically a smart garment, okay. So this we built in the year 2021. Okay, so I'll tell you the problem. Okay, so it's a COVID phase. Okay, so actually this project was kickstarted based on one COVID incident. Okay, so when a person is affected with a COVID, what is a possible symptom they had? Everyone knows it, right? At the time you are might be in college or might be in school. So their vitals, yes or no? Their vitals got severely affected. So what is basically a vital about? What are the vital of a human, man? BP, heart rate, SpO2, oxygen level, then anything else? Maximum this. Okay. So even when someone is affected with a bad ECG or something, so people or doctors recommends to go with a continuous monitoring. Okay. Likewise, what happened during a COVID situation? So my grandmother, okay, so got a abnormality and she got fainted. We took her and it was some abnormality found in her ECG. So then we took to a hospital in Chennai called Triple M, and the doctor recommended for 2 weeks continuous monitoring. So 2 weeks continuous monitoring in the sense it's a remote healthcare. So there are companies who are doing it. So they put patches. Okay, when you are taking a ECG, when you have you ever seen ECG machines? They will put patches over here. So here. It's basically an Enthovian triangle. Okay, so the same patch she has to put in her body, and it will remain her in her body for 2 weeks, and doctors will take the data remotely. It is again connected to the cloud. From the cloud, doctor has his own portal, and he'll take the analytics out of it. Okay, so it is for my grandma. So we agreed to to put the patch. So what happens, So the next day morning, one fellow who is aging around 35 came to our home to put patch. It was a COVID situation, and we cannot ask for a replacement because since she's an elderly woman, and she's requesting for not to, because it has to put on the skin. Okay. So the patch has to be patched. So for that, it has to be patched on the bare body. So it's an elderly woman, okay. Think of some situation for a younger people. So what we did was, okay, why can't we build a smart garment? That's what we thought, and we started building it. Okay, and it went with the initial prototype. I'm just skipping quickly. Initial prototype, and then we got Nidhi Praya's fund, and we built the entire garment to it. Okay, so it was built by a student called Pranav Kompalli. Okay, now he's in US. Okay, and he studied in one of the big and reputed university, and he's one of the pillar of AR, one among the pillar of AR. Okay, so this is how we build it. Okay, so in healthcare forensics. Okay, I'll just come here later. I'll just go for a quick information to you. So how AI is getting used in modern warfare, that's what we are going to see. Okay, so you might be knowing about the geopolitics which is happening between the countries, right? So Ukraine, Russia, so Iran, America, all these things. Even morning, our VC sir, Arul sir was mentioning about missile launch against on Iran, particularly on a school. Okay, so it's a misleaded fire. Okay, so okay, that's fine, but this use case was somewhat very important. Okay, so last year, exactly during this particular timeline, so there was a total chaos between Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine, a very small country, made a collateral damage to Russia. Okay, that was very, very interesting. Okay, because it was a organized, assisted, AI-assisted warfare. Okay, so these are all some of the investigation what we have, what I have carried out. Okay, if you take, this is just a expression of a map of Russia. Okay, so these are all the places where Ukraine targeted. If you take Olenia Air Base, it was almost 1,900 kilometers away from Ukraine. Okay, likewise, if you see, least range was 470 kilometers. A drone can fly 470 kilometers in a one stretch. Is there any drone? Any carrier drone which can fly 470 kilometers? 700 kilometers, 1,900 kilometers, 4,000 kilometers, F series, J series can fly. But SAM, radar, triggers, and again, they also have a counters. Okay, so then how Ukraine made it? That was a very interesting and surprising thing. So let's come to the part of what they have done it. Okay, so these are all the aircraft types, what they have targeted. Okay, and the impact of attack was almost 7 billion. Okay, $7 billion. Which was a major money which got collaterally damaged, and this is how they started. Okay, so Operation Spiderweb. Okay, 18 months prior they started to plan, and what they did was they patched drone with a special crafted drone, just a $55,000 drone or $1,000 drone or $800 drone with the payload RPG mounted to it, and they packed and they sent in exfiltrated into the boundaries of Russia. And once it reaches the target location, so then they dispatch the drone. So and again, getting from one country to the other country is also not easy. There will be a lot of checks. Okay, all the carriers what they have used were completely specially crafted, and again it was protected because they have signals, and there will be when a container comes, scanners will operate. So in order to avoid the scanners, they have a complete built-in signal shielding, and for drones to fly, because it's 18-month operation, it has to fly after when they are triggering it, right? So again, for that they need a charge. So they have a battery charging station. So completely the entire structure was reinforced so that any scanners cannot penetrate, and completely they have different hidden launch platforms. And this is how the drone has been completely designed to it. It has a camera, it has again AI assisted, okay, commanded, and also it has a RPG head, trigger on both sides, additional trigger on back side, again piezoelectric trigger on front side, so that any one side hit, it automatically gets fired or exploded. So again, Russian capability is also not that easy, okay, to take down like flying a drone. So they have a separate electronic warfare systems. So again, what it does is it start creating inferences. So in order to tackle these inferences, they made a swarm of drones. Again, that also intelligence part come into the picture, right? And also, the drones didn't targeted the aircraft. They particularly targeted on a specific parts of aircraft. How they came to know is, so before independence, right, before Ukraine and Russia, it was Soviet Union before, right? So then it got splitted. At the time, so there were aircraft, they take it as a base model, and then from there they got designed the new one. Okay, and what they did was, they took all this aircraft design and they tried to figure out a structural weakness in those aircraft. Again, they used the AI model to it. And they figured out where could be the possible structural weakness so that the aircraft will not be reused or again repaired. So that's what the context is. And again, finally, they figured out all the weakest point of every aircraft. Then they launched spider web drone operation, right? And what it does is, so these are some of the interesting facts. Okay, so even after this collateral attack, none of the Ukrainian got arrested. Okay, because it was completely assisted one, right? And you think of something, a drone equipped with a gun or a drone equipped with a grenade, which is going to target. So now what we are doing, everything you are posting it in a social media, right? So on the way to so-and-so, so-and-so, so everything. So now Instagram is giving you to share your live location also. How many of you have turned on that particular feature? We don't need to worry about any of the, if you are my target, what could be the easiest way for me? Just check your Instagram profile, come to know where your location is, give the photograph, facial recognition, then location, drone will navigate to you. Right? So this is what the current situation, it's not only stopping here. So there are other set of research which we are doing on automotive security. Okay, so I'm just going very quickly. Okay, so just see this video. So attacker coming with a circular antenna. So again, SDR plus AI. So coming with a circular antenna, taking a key fob from your key, transmitting it to the next antenna. Another attacker is near to the car. He's checking for the key fob. Yes. Car got unlocked. Car theft. Okay. So the same protocol is being used in all the modern cars till date now. Even you take, even people are talking about ADAS and other thing, right? It uses the entire connected vehicles. Even you take MG or anything, right? Even including your EV. So it operates on a protocol called CAN, right? It's totally a insecure protocol, right? All the transaction goes completely on a plain text. The reason why is there should be a responsive time when it comes for ADAS. Right? If you go for any minimal encryption also, that time is not getting met. So that's the reason they are going up with. If you're okay, can I take 5 more minutes? No? Okay. Okay, one last show, I'll just show it and I'll wind up. Okay, so if you look into the dashboard, what I'm showing you is, right? So it is from Defender, okay. So everything was completely analyzed automatically by the system itself. All you need is just a basic configuration. Even if you know, I just configured and it is giving me analytics that no anomalies found in last 14 days. Okay. So even you can see the total incident, and the incident comes up with the complete information. So previously, if you take before LLMs, say 5 years before, so everything we have to do manually. If there is any business email compromise, or if it is any attack is happening, I have to do a manual investigation. But now the scenario is completely different. Right? The most advanced malware indicator of compromise. So everything with a single click or with a few clicks we can able to figure out. Right? That's what the advancement. Oh, I think internet is not there. So the previous guy was talking about Wi-Fi and advancement of Wi-Fi and other stuff, right? That's good. So let us attempt with their hardware. Actually, it got logged out. It's not a problem with Wi-Fi. It's a problem with the session. Okay. It's okay, it's okay. It's a problem with my session, not with the Wi-Fi. He got offended. Okay, so if you look into the incident, right? So this was a false positive. That's the reason the system is giving it as low. Okay, so this is again, some of the informations are false positives. Okay, so even you can able to see the severity level as well. Okay, so not only this, you can also, I'll also show you one more thing. So how the things are very easy for, in terms of a forensic perspective, right? It's all about only not about the telemetering the data. So people in the earlier talk were talking about the telemetering the data and other things. But it's not about only the telemetry of data. It's all about how the data is getting interpreted. So every entity is having its own agent to explain about what data it is receiving, what data it is processing, and all these things. And all together, it was completely an integrated environment. Okay, I'll just go with one particular use case. So the previous scenario was not like that. So this scenario is totally different. Okay, so multiple alerts and all these things, and even if you investigate on one particular thing, say for example, anomalous IP over the time. So you can able to see who is the person who is connecting to. So previously, understanding the attack path is itself somewhat a tedious task. Okay, even we'll verify whether it is anomaly or not. I'll check the IP details. So how it is easy for me to analyze. Let me go with VirusTotal belongs to Google. It's a Google's platform, and again, it's a database where you can query and you can check whether. Yeah, it's been SOC Radar reported it as a malware. So the last analysis date was 7 days ago, and it has also have AS212238, and again it belongs to US. Okay, so since only one AV is recording it, okay, so might be a EDR. Okay, so likewise, so everything got evolved with artificial intelligence and automated system, fully automated system, even sometimes a decision making system. Okay, even if you look closely into it, right? So I'll just show you how the AI decision making is happening. Okay, so email containing malicious URL removed after delivery involving one user. So after delivery, the system is deciding whether to keep or delete. So this rule base is defined by the user, by the administrator, by me. Okay, so likewise, almost all the systems, all the intelligence engines are going in the similar way. Okay, so AI is everywhere. Okay, we cannot skip AI, and now cybersecurity and AI has to work or has to go allied way, or again. Okay, so if anyone is interested to take up further research or any product development or product building, so I'm happy to onboard. So all I need is only a passionate to learn. Okay, so there will be. I can tell you that your learning curve always is in exponential. So thank you so much. So once again, thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insightful session. Your valuable knowledge and expertise have given us a deeper understanding of yesterday's AI and today's quantum. And I would like to request our Dean, Dr. Sudhakar Ilango, Professor Scope, to present a certificate to our Dr. C.B. Chakravarti, sir.
Please visit, I request all the students to visit second floor of our central block. I request members, students to do campus tour. Okay, don't go to only cafeteria area or that launch or gardening area. So please go to second floor. Okay, IIEC is available, Center of Excellence Cyber Security is available, and and they are building a quantum OS. Already the project they have started and they are working on it. So please equip yourself like if you see CB sir session, 100% technical only, nothing. Okay, so like that, if you want to get the knowledge, please connect with the Center of Excellence of our school and our institute IIEC. You can start your innovation and incubation centers over there. Okay, thank you for your valuable patience time, and thank you very much. You can give your attendance, have tea, and if you want to come back for a cultural 5 o'clock, you can come back. It's your wish. Thank you.